by a formal agreement, which I have to say is just about the weightiest set of guarantees I've come across in these sorts of situations. It's also worth saying, man, that and if you don't need to, I'll pick up one image a little later if you keep it out or have a tab open. But the plan talks about replacement and succession planting. It talks about planting in the parkland, and it was, I think, discussed yesterday that there's planning obligation money set aside for tree planting in that area, and that's in accordance with the management plan. So if we turn the slide, or next slide, please. And this is from SEL, which again is that point very far back from the Scion lawn, really at the bottom of the cedar vista, not the Scion vista. And I hope you can make it out. I'm sure you've looked at it, but it demonstrates that the development is pretty heavily screened by overlapping vegetation. And the development sits below not just the taller tree canopy in the foreground, but the denser tree canopy behind that, which is pretty thick. And so no possible visibility from there. And if I have the next slide, please. And then going right the way to the southwest corner, southwest left is why we have SWL. And the camera pointed sort of in the space between Scion and house and the proposals. You see that the trees are effectively screening it on the same basis. There is just an element of, I think, what would be part of the Homebase site could be visible in amongst the tree line, but I think it's a completely negligible impact and wouldn't be perceptible in summer. I don't think it has any perceptible influence at all. So I wouldn't say it's a visual impact of any consequence, if indeed it is one in the first place. So I was satisfied, us having done that work with AVR, that we could say that there was no view from this extremely sensitive area. Next slide, please. When I wrote my evidence, ma'am, there was the image in the top of this page, which I've extracted from my rebuttal evidence. And it is a figure from MS Environmental, and you've seen this before. Now, in my evidence, we didn't have the benefit of a checked and verified view, but I postulated in my evidence that I wasn't sure it was in the right location. And the reason for that is even on a alignment that you could do with a ruler on an OS space, it seemed to me that the development was a little bit too far to the left. And indeed, that turned out to be the case. And so again, I don't consider the potential for visual impact here to be in any way kind of real or significant. And bear in mind, this is from a location which the management plan says will have dense boundary vegetation. I think just one final point, I think, ma'am, if I may, before moving on to the next topic. There was discussion yesterday, and we have a detailed report from Dr. Rutherford about the ferry gate. I mean, there's been no evidence to suggest it is visible, the nature of that visibility or otherwise, and whether, as a matter of judgment, I beg your pardon, the proposals. Sorry, madam. Whether the proposals would be visible from that location, to what extent, and so forth, and whether indeed, if there was a degree of visibility, for the sake of argument, it would be noticeable. I mean, you've been there and you've seen it. My own judgment is I don't think that if there is any trace or minor visual impact, it would in any way be intrusive or indeed even noticeable or perceptible. That is to say, it's something that would be seen and understood for what it is. And again, bearing in mind that boundary is intended to be strengthened. I just want to make one reference. We don't have to take it up, but we had Dr. Rutherford's detailed report out yesterday, which I might take it out. Yes, she produced a series of documents that you have, madam, but the one that is relevant, I think, to this point is CD 8.7, which is the Isleworth Ferry Gate and the Arcadian landscape. read as a whole, and there were questions on this. I just thought it would be helpful to summarize how I understand her findings, and I'll be corrected if I've misconstrued them or misrepresented them. Um, that she was very concerned in her research to understand why the ferry gate was put where it was, and she established that it was deliberately put away from the Scion Vista because the then director, I can't remember which hooker, but the son of the first director, I always get them confused, but the then director um, had an appreciation of the view that had recently been created at Scion and didn't want any intrusion in that view. Um, it's a very attractive and interesting piece of Victorian, I guess you call it almost engineering or street furniture. There's no doubt about that, and it's obviously rightly listed. But it was intended to be screened, as she also documents, by evergreens. So she establishes first that the Scion Vista was appreciated at the time the gate was made. And we know also from all the work that Hooker and Nesfield did that they wanted to enclose everything but the Scion Gate. And to avoid any interruption from foot traffic or visitors from the ferry, it was put off that area. So it's just a simple point. I don't think that there was any, and she doesn't even document or assert any in this report that there was any intention in the position or the design of the gate to create an appreciation of setting. It's a functional and expedient object in the landscape. I mean, it's interesting as a piece of Victorian social history, there's no doubt about that, but that's, in my judgment, what it is. I think that's the first point about intervisibility. If I go to the next slide. Right. So I'm going to, in this part of the oral evidence, Madam, talk about Scion. And again, I'll follow just the same structure simply. I'll pick up the pace a bit, I'm sure. But again, a plan identifying relevant context for you. A series of features. Madam, if you have the Scion Park Heritage Landscape Management Plan at 10.53, and we don't need to spend much time on it, but for reference, it is worth getting it up, just perhaps for your note. There's a lot of documents, and I found this particular plan very helpful if you've got it. If you go internally, page 30, 31. Actually, it's not paginated. Go to page 30, ma'am, and then on the facing page, the page numbers are in the center right bottom. And go to figure 3.1, which looks like this. I'll hold it up. Sorry. It's one of those points maybe I'm taking longer to get to. Yeah, it's just after it. No, if you go before page 31, it's an inset, madam, that doesn't have a page. It's figure 3.1. And I draw attention to it, madam, because it's really the only place where I've seen set out any definitive terminology. So you may find it helpful in your report to the Secretary of State. The areas at issue obviously are for us B and K, which are called the East Front Meadow, and the tidal meadows, which have an ecological designation, as you know. The screening to the left or south of Scion, which is F, the wilderness, which is a densely planted. Do you see that, ma'am? Okay, you see Scion House is a sort of black square. And if you just run your eye, yeah, got it. Sorry. It's a wilderness, which is a very typical late 18th century feature, sort of graveled path. People would go, look at shrubbery and trees and this sort of thing. And then to the north, at C, you get the Flower Garden and Conservatory, E, the Ducal Grounds, D, the Pleasure Grounds, all densely vegetated with a serpentine lake, decided by Brown. And A, what's called the West Front Lawns, which are the sort of, I guess you'd call it the cour d'honneur, the sort of reception area for the house that was built on the side of the monastery in the 16th century. And from that, ma'am, if you run your eye from A diagonally, you see that's called the Great Avenue or the Great Lime Avenue, which I'll refer to. There's the bridge, which Mr. Stroud talked about. And then there's a sort of serpentine form, which is the path that leads to the Lion Gate. And I just ask you to note that serpentine form, ma'am, because we'll come back to it. I think we might just move on now. Next slide. Thank you very much. And there are some of those features on the first edition OS plan. And just, it's an academic point. Capability Brown's authorship for the whole of this landscape is not certain, but it's attributed to him. That's fine. But the important point is the 1864-65 map, which you see here. The first edition map is by historians. Those maps are generally taken to record the condition of landscapes in the late 18th century. So it's a pretty good picture of how the landscape was left by Brown, and then it was also slightly planted in the early 19th century as well. And you'll note, I think, ma'am, the number of trees in the parkland, which you see on the left there. And I think note also, again, the Lion Gate, which is referred to as lodges at the top. And coach and an inn is identified there because, of course, it was a London road. So it's a coaching road. And the site of the old monastery is marked. Have the next, please. Now here an overlay, ma'am, just enables you to understand, anyone to understand, the degree of tree loss that's taken place in the parkland, which I do draw attention to, and which would provide some guidance for the replanting of trees. Mr. Stroud, I know, made the point, or I thought he made the point that, well, you know, these things need to be done accurately with good evidence, and there's ample evidence to demonstrate where you would plant the trees. But I also make the point, and I do in my written evidence a couple of places, that the degree of openness you find in the parkland now is not characteristic of what was intended. Because if you see the number of specimens there, clumps interspersed with what would have been large specimen trees, there would have been filtered views, and the landscape would have been divided up into a sort of foreground, a middle ground, and a distant ground. And at that point, there was a tree belt to the west, which is the top of the image, and to the south, which is the left. And one of the things the overlay demonstrates, incidentally, is how much thicker the tree belt has become on those boundaries to the west, because you see there are only double line of trees. And actually, the OS can be trusted for that kind of detail. And my understanding is that those boundaries were planted up in the late 19th and 20th century. So with those reference points in mind, I want to just talk a little bit now about the next slide. Yeah. So this slide, ma'am, is a slide that is in the evidence. And I'll just explain briefly what it is. The top register is an extract from the Sion Park Heritage Landscape Management Plan, and it shows views to and from Sion, which have been identified as potentially worthy of management or opening up and maintenance. And what I've done is overlaid those plans onto a Google Earth image. Now that Google Earth image in the lower register identifies the views we've already looked at. So BG10, which is the modeled view, and then SWL, which I talked to you about earlier. Those are the static views. But critically, then that diagram identifies the extent of the animated sequence that I'm going to show you in a moment. And if I just ask you to note, ma'am, at this stage, the other points, which are D, E, F, basically. Do you see there were 3 dots along the Thames towpath? And I'll come on to why I draw your attention to those in a moment. So next slide. Right, this is where Gillian is going to, Gillian, just introduce it. So on site, having identified the impact from the towpath, I wanted to understand how, what its duration was, what its nature was, what its extent was, because until the point of preparing evidence, we didn't have that information. We had 2 static shots. And, you know, there were questions raised by parties about the extent of it and so forth. So I asked, again, the client, my client, the applicant, to instruct AVR London again to do a moving render, which is not a straightforward thing to do by any means, and it can't be 100% verified either, but it's pretty good. It's just the nature of the camera. It's done by camera matching. It's pretty accurate. So I wouldn't calibrate exactly, but it's not wildly off. So I just asked Gillian to start it now. And we started in this stretch because it's where the river bends. So the Sion Reach has two parts. And at this bend, what you see at Brentford comes into view, and clearly you're aware of that important center. And we have the sequence going from that bend back. And I just note that the view where it started is the viewpoint that is indicated in the Thames landscape strategy. We haven't referred to that document, but it's an important piece of evidence to the various local plans in the area. And you see the vegetation on the Thames path, which, I'll make an observation on that. And so here we come to the actual area of impact, and we may need to ask Gillian to stop. And it's just worth, I mean, I did this last night just to check, but there are two effects I just want to draw your attention to in this sequence. The first is the effect of tracking behind the silhouette of Sion House. And the second is what's sometimes called, it's really a misnomer, visual attachment, which is when one thing appears just next to another, but not overtopping it. Obviously, they're not attached, but it's a trick of a two-dimensional image. Now that sequence, if Gillian continues to run it, of overtopping, and the Enquiry can measure, the other people measure it, lasts about 17, 18 seconds in this sequence. Until you get to about here, very roughly, if Gillian pauses, where it's basically where you get to the point of attachment, and the taller block of the Homebase site is seen in the gap between, I guess, what is the northern bastion of, or tower, corner turret of Sion House, and the large tree. And if we carry on, so about, I don't know, 18, 19 seconds to that point, let's say, it can be tracked. And then the visual attachment lasts. And here, and if we pause here, Gillian, this is the point where if you're coming upstream from Brentford, I think you would begin to have a good appreciation of the three-dimensionality of Sion House. And by this point, the taller element is often the tree line, albeit the bigger tree in the middle ground. And some of the lower components of the Homebase site are still in that gap. If we carry on, then can I ask Gillian to hit the... And then you see the tower then rising above the tree line at that point. If we just pause here. And this is the point when coming out from some vegetation, you begin to see, again, Sion in that three-dimensional form. And I just pause here to make the point that, I mean, it's oriented towards the cardinal points. And what that means is when you see it as you move, it has a strong three-dimensional presence, I think, because of that. And that's accentuated by the corner turrets on each of the corners by the corner turrets, sorry, that you see sort of moving. So you sense it's a three-dimensional form, not just in elevation, actually. I can make some other points later, but if we just carry on, Gillian, I think to the end of the sequence. So sorry, thank you very much. So to get that point of attachment is about another 18, 19 seconds, something like that. It's quite hard to track, but so it's a sequence of about 40 seconds taking place over about 80 meters. I put in my evidence it's about a minute, but that's not right. I checked before giving oral evidence. We can go back to we just pause here for a moment. So I mean, about the impact, I just want to make a few points about it. First of all, it's a moving view, and the structure of the view. I mean, we go to these sites and we take up the hard copies and we stare at them and so forth. But I mean, you've been to the site. I mean, you're walking along the Thames path and you're looking along the river. The river is a big feature. You're walking along the river, not on a towpath from the 18th century, but on an engineered embankment from the early 20th century. And it's a very heavily utilized path. And you see Brentford in the distance, and you see other things too as part of the Sion Reach. Then you do get to this point where you see Sion more or less on its own. You can still broadly make out Brentford, but it's important. It's a moving view, and the orientation of the view is along the river. Simple point. Second point about separating distance, I think you've got some distances, which I would agree, about 450 meters plus or minus, depending on where, to Sion. The development's about 1.5 kilometers in the background. The difference of opinion between the experts is whether or not the motion parallax makes a big difference. I mean, I think it does. And I think it does for the reason that I've already indicated. Sion is a very strong presence, three-dimensional object. The white stone stands out, particularly in summer. It faces east and one side faces south, so it catches the light against that green background. But I think also critically, it is the landscape setting that it has, because the wilderness on one side that we looked at on that plan, the ducal grounds on the other, they frame it. And I use the metaphor in my rebuttal of a theater. Just to correct a point, I don't think it's an anachronism. I mean, there was Drury Lane Theatre in the 1760s, and Robert Adam designed theatre sets. So people in the Georgian period were very well aware of the theatre. But it has a presence because of that foreground, I think, element. And so, but notwithstanding that, obviously, it's a very sensitive asset. And when you have that experience, if you stop and you think about it, it represents a degree of distraction from those areas. And when I take the sensitivity into account, that backtracking, I think particularly the first impact. So it sort of raises your eye from the skyline. Now, that said, there's a lot of distance between those skyline features, and you have the three-dimensional form of Sion, which you appreciate. So to me, it's something in the background. It's clearly recognizable for what it is. And anyone who's been on this path sees Brentford. And if you know the area, you know what it is. And I do think that's an important point. It shouldn't be lost that when you have these visual impacts, they're not sort of arbitrary. The visual impact is associated with a gateway junction in the Great West Road. So there is a degree of legibility that derives from it. So it has meaning and purpose. It's not just any old site in the Great West Road. It's the beginning or it's the end of it. And of course, you need a degree of understanding, but many people on the path will have that understanding because you know where you are. So if we move on quickly now. So, ma'am, there's a few in the pack. In my evidence, there's a few what I call 360 renders, which are not renders, but are sort of bubble views that enable you to get a good sense of the panorama. And we're going to click on the first one, and we can be quite quick about this. This is just to sort of acquaint you with the evidence because it's in front of you and we haven't looked at it yet. So if Gillian can go to the next slide. And click on, and it just pan to the left. So this refers to the experience I was mentioning. So I think this kind of image gives you a real representation. I use my words, gives a more credible representation of human experience in the eye. If you pan to the left further, Gillian, then would a 50mm shot and continue to the left, or indeed the 24mm view. And that's because our field of view is very broad. If we continue panning, you see Sion. The human field of view is 135 degrees in the horizontal. It's extremely broad. The river is a big feature. And a 50mm shot is just an extract from that experience. I haven't marked it out here. Next slide, please. Here, a test shot just to kind of introduce the next topic here, which is the Canaletto view, which may or may not be a big topic. I don't know, but if it just next slide, please. So this is from the bottom of Sion Vista. So one of the other areas of work I thought was worth doing, and the applicant instructed it, was whether or to what extent the impacted views we've just looked at and we've been thinking about are real paintings, or do they represent something that's actually real? And that engages us in the discussion of the idea of Arcadian Thames, which was explored yesterday, and I don't need to go into. But But I mean, essentially, the concept is an 18th century composite that is spread out or derived from lots of visual imagery. Almost none of the visual imagery is topographically accurate. And in my appendices, there's an article by an art historian that explains that. It's all artistic license, it's all conjecture, it's all trying to explore an ideal. Even this view of Sion, which you see in the middle background, purporting to be from Capability Brown's landscape, couldn't be real because there were trees in the way. We saw that woodland earlier. So it's an artifice. If I have the next slide, please. But the particular allegation of harm was to the famous view by Canaletto, which was the allegation made in the Historic England letter. And I understand that. So I wanted to, maybe it turns out to be not an exercise, but I wanted to test that. So I think again, it's working with AVR, got them to camera match the building. Now, the thing is, we know Canaletto was really accurate about the way he painted buildings because he used a camera obscura. We know that. But what we also know is that he wasn't very accurate when it came to the landscape setting of those buildings because he was acting in the interest of his clients, who clearly wanted, in this case, to magnify their importance and their authority and power over the landscape. And actually, in this picture, the Thames is turned into not a major river, but a kind of serpentine lake in a gentleman's pleasure ground. Interestingly, ma'am, this picture is painted before Capability Brown came in and changed the landscape. So there, at this point, the area was just cleared and there'd been no landscape. So when you look at the trees to either side of the house, that's not what was actually planned later. Here the house is shown in its sort of, as a major scaling object. So when we did the analysis, it turned out that and probably unsurprisingly, that Canaletto would have stood more or less where the camera you see in the lower right register is. We have the next slide. And just to be sure about the impact from that view, it was plotted and from that position demonstrated nil visibility, which means as you walk to the house or when you're in the setting of the house, you wouldn't see the development behind it all. So to the extent the Canaletto view exists, it's not harmed at all. Next, please. And just a final point to make on that is that, of course, the connection with that art and cultural history is really interesting and valuable, but the scheme doesn't impact that. Now that's sort of obvious in one sense, but it also doesn't impact any direct relic of that. And in my evidence, madam, I contrast these paintings of the Thames, which are idealized and the product of artistic license, with realist paintings made in the early 19th century. If you know or like Constable, you can go to certain places and look at it, it's the same. We're not dealing with that kind of legacy. What we're dealing with is a landscape that has traces of that legacy. And in order to understand it fully, you need to look at the art, not at the landscape, really. So then we move on to what I think now is another main matter, which is the Sion impact. And we know, yeah. Just make sure I'm on track. Okay. And that, ma'am, is the impact from within Sion itself. And we've done three 360-degree views, which encompass the model views. And this is near to viewpoint R. And you're looking east towards the west front of Sion House, across that courtyard that I pointed out to you, which has a sort of defensive moat. You now pan to the left, slowly, keep on panning, thank you. You see the pepperpot lodges that we were discussing yesterday. Can go further, please? Continue to, thank you. Further, you can just sweep around, really. You see the road to the hotel and the garden center. You see the lime, you see the proposals, and that's the view that's modeled in view R. But if you continue panning to the left, thank you, you see the great Lime Avenue. Now, the point I want to make with the benefit of this view is that when either a 24 or a 50 millimeter shot is taken of the development, the development is the target, and you put the target in the center of the view to see what the impact is. Can you pan right again, Gillian, or just pan to the right? Thank you. And you see there, and that's the view that we've got. But in fact, when you're in this location, the thing that strikes you is the powerful geometry of the Lime Avenue, which is symmetrical about the west face of Scion Park. And second, the building that you do see, the proposal which you do see from this position, sits within broadly the canopy, which comprises the west boundary of the park. And so I really don't think that this would be a view experience that suffers any kind of harmful impact, because I just don't think you'd notice it in the context of everything that's going on around you. And it's not just the geometry of the Lime Avenue, it's also the real interest in the fore and middle ground of the scene, because you have clumps of trees and this sort of layering effect. If we go to the next slide. Oh, no, sorry, not next slide, I beg your pardon, sorry. The next 360. Thank you very much. We've got two of these, which are from the modeled positions to the south. So when you enter from Park Road, and you see, if you pan just to the right, Julian, I don't know if you can. Yeah. So you see the boundary wall, which is listed, and trees in front of it to the wilderness. If we move to the left now, we get a view across Park Road, which is heavily trafficked. Continue panning left. Continue, please. Yeah. Yeah. So there you go, the complete view. Go to the next slide, please, I think. So the point I want to make about this, I'm sorry, next 360. I'm so sorry. Yeah. And this is from near the entrance, so further to the south. And again, you see the wilderness wall, you see the road, which has got the speed instructions on it. You see a sort of iron fence. And if we pan to the left again, and there you see the proposal, which is more prominent in this view than it was in the last one. Now, just a few observations about that on my evidence on the setting point. The first point is general. I don't think you can understand Scion as other than a historic park in a very changed urban setting. Its setting is no longer rural. It's become urban, and it's heavily developed around it. And it's, I think, notable that this impact takes place as you enter the park, and that the direction of view is along the road. Second point that I'd make is that, as these views demonstrate, the real spatial expanse of the park is very considerable indeed. And the proposals are, in relative terms, very minor element, actually, seen against the totality of that. The next point is, I think, to draw attention to, is the strength of the tree belt, which creates a strong sort of defining feature, shows you here's where the park stops, so that what you see beyond, you know, is beyond. The next point I'll make really is about the massing of the development, which here presents as a series of blocks. So not one single form, but a series of form, which have a light color, and again, would be perceived in southern and eastern light. So I think you would appreciate the color. And the degree of intrusion above the tree line it's noticeable, certainly, but other parts of the development are within the sort of general scope of the up and down of the tree canopy. And bear in mind, when you come right in here, although it's not really possible to see very easily in the view, you see the QI straight in front of you along. So if you pan right, Gillian, from this and related points, you continue, you can just make out the QI there. So what you're seeing is a sort of layer of development, which is the Great West Road. And you're aware of that. And I go back to my earlier point. Now, in my evidence, I think I fairly posed the question, well, okay, you can already see the QI and you can see some other things too. Does having something more increase the harm that exists consequent on the presence of QI in a very sensitive location. It's right above the Pepperpot Lodges, more or less. And I conclude it doesn't because of the degree of spatial separation between them. So what we're not doing is there's an existing cluster and you're putting more buildings on it. It's way off to the side and it's well separated from it by vegetation. So I don't think there's a cumulatively harmful impact. If we go to the next proper slide now, I think that's the end of the 360s. Thank you very much. Yeah, this is fine. So this is a topic that was discussed a lot yesterday in the second half of the applicant's evidence cross-examination, which is the Lion Gate. So I don't need to rehearse the main point. So I just make one point about this view location. Earlier, ma'am, when we were looking at the Sion Park Landscape Management Plan, I pointed out the sinuous drive. That this view is not on the drive approaching the gate. This view is made from, as it says, private land. We had to get permission to get onto the land. I'm not saying it isn't part of the setting, but there's clearly a hierarchy in importance as between a view which you get from a planned route in the 18th century and any view that you can get from parts of a parkland where you also see other things. So there is no impact from that main approach view. In fact, the development would be set oblique to it, and I don't really think you'd have any particular awareness of it. You do have an awareness of it here. And just reflecting back on what was said yesterday, I have a few observations to sort of encapsulate my thoughts on this, in addition to the one I've just made. I mean, the gate is framed and backdropped by trees. The trees immediately behind it are on public land on the other side of the road, but which is just public open space, which does provide a sort of buffer to the other side of it, and an immediately verdant setting, which now in leaf, I think, would largely remove your awareness of the effect because you'd have a strong green backdrop. The gate is important because it, again, like the tree belt, defines the edge of the parks. You know that what you see beyond is beyond the edge of the park. And I think I would differ from Mr. Stroud in his assessment of the way you appreciate this gate. This gate, from this position, in my judgment, does not appear monumental. So a feature to be seen from a distance. It's actually a feature to be seen closer up. And we have also to remember that one of the main purposes of this gate was to provide a view into the park from the London Road through the screen. And again, a bit like Sion on the towpath, a bit like the Duke saying, here's a very extensive piece of parkland that I own and my family arms are on top of it. So it's sort of dynastic, it asserts authority. And a view like this, which would have permitted you to see public traffic on the London Road, is not the sort of route that you'd expect a Duke really, or a Duke to enjoy. I mean, there's a sort of privacy in these aristocratic estates. I mean, the point was made about London buses yesterday, which is a fair point, but it does apply, allowing for changed circumstances back into the 18th century. I mean, these were privileged enclaves. And of course, they're not anymore. It's a in large part, publicly enjoyable. And so those are so I think for that, but nevertheless, in the winter particularly, your eye is raised in certain views from it, a degree of distraction in those views. I think quite a low order of less than substantial harm from that, but I don't think the essential landscape function of this building is in any way challenged. I just pause to collect mine. We're moving on to Osterley now. It might be
just reflect before we move to Osterley. I wouldn't mind just looping back to the question of views of Sion. I know it's a Sion point, but it's also, I think, in Historic England's case, a point which they say goes to the OUV of the World Heritage Site. Yeah. So could we just briefly cover that? You have touched on a number of things that are relevant to that, but just draw your thoughts together, would you, on the degree to which those views and intrusion or impact on those views affects the OUV of the World Heritage Site.
So I think, there's just drawing it all together now, because I think we're going to leave Sion, so it's an appropriate place, really. First, it is accepted Sion contributes to OUV, madam, from the Sion Vista. But just because that's so, not all views of cyan contribute to OUV. You have to be able to perceive one of the attributes of OUV in order for there to be a contribution to it. Otherwise, the impact is just an impact on the setting of an element in the setting, which is the buffer zone. It's worth just also, I think, summarizing the purpose of the buffer zone as it's described variously in the management plan. God bless you, madam. And you don't need to go there, ma'am, but I'll just, for your note, I'll summarize what it says at page 12 of the management plan. I beg your pardon. Yeah. It says that the buffer zone contains areas of land first with a strong historical relationship to Kew. And that's cyan. And that's because of the Great Estate and the old Deer Park. And cyan and Kew Green, I beg your pardon. And then some locations that are important to significant views, for example, Cyan Park it cites. And then it says that the areas also in the buffer zone have, quote, a bearing on the character and setting of the garden. Bearing on the, that's what it says, a bearing on the character and setting of the garden, which is a sort of loose construction. But I think that's fair, because remember, the buffer zone, madam, doesn't just exist to manage views. In fact, normally buffer zones are there to provide what's called supporting land, just additional land that is related to the mainland in some degree. And I don't think anyone is suggesting that any impact on cyan would, for example, harm OUV at all. So, for example, the hotel which is constructed in cyan, I don't think anyone says has caused harm to the OUV. And the point was sort of canvassed yesterday extensively towards the end about where exactly in the management plan there's some support for the fact that towpath views contribute to OUV. And I don't think any citation was forthcoming, and that's because there isn't. And I've looked too. It just doesn't, the management plan just doesn't support that idea. Now, I will be asked, I'm sure I may be asked, who knows? Of course, what's in a management plan? There can be other things too, couldn't there? It's not meant to be comprehensive and so forth, is it? And I'd have to answer yes as a point of generality, but I would sort of make two observations in reply. I mean, this management plan is formulated in, I can only say this, the teeth of concern, real kind of agonized concern about impacts on the part of Kew and part of historic England and others, and fairly right to be concerned, impacts of tall building at Brentford on the inside of the World Heritage Site. And it's constructed on that premise. It's constructed entirely on that premise. I think I had a second point, but it's probably it's escaped me at this point. So I don't find any support for the idea that, oh yes, the second point was the historical point. I'm sorry, it occurs to me now, I beg your pardon. Earlier, madam, when I was showing you the historic maps, remember I said to you that you had this riverside walk in Bridgeman, you had a treed walk with Capability Brown, and then you had the Cyan Vista. The Cyan Vista is not a walk, it's a place where you look. Now, it was clear to me yesterday in re-examination and in oral evidence that one of the points that's being put is somehow the Thames path is a transference of that riverside walk that you had in Bridgeman at Capability Brown. And I think the point is made expressly with images, etc., in Mr. Stroud's evidence. And I have to say, I just don't think that's a credible point. I mean, the Thames path, anyway, as I said, it's not a towpath, it's a path, it's a modern path, it's an engineered feature, and it's outside of the designed landscape, not inside the landscape. And when you walk along the Thames path, what do you see of the significance of the World Heritage Site? Well, I mean, nothing really in the stretch that's affected. You see the ha-ha, that's right, that's for sure. But I mean, the relationship of the ha-ha to the river and the land has changed because the height of the footpath, the towpath, Thames path has changed. That boundary that you see, it contains no designed features. It's just densely vegetated. There were no architectural elements. There's no, I mean, apart from the Cyan Gate, and it's just a gate, attractive and interesting, but it's, so there's nothing readily apparent of any of the attributes of the OUV. I beg your pardon, madam. Lion, the ferry gate. Yeah, I'm so sorry. Yeah, you are you are listening. Sorry. Yeah, I knew. Yeah, I know. No. So I just couldn't. I myself don't see any attributes of the OUV demonstrated in the towpath when you look at the queue. I mean, if there were, the management plan would have picked them up, and the management plan was the right time to talk about impacts from the Thames path at Brentford, because you can see Brentford in the distance. So
Can I just ask you to add one final comment? We don't need to go to it, I think, but we have that technical review by ICOMOS, which we know was based on the materials which it had sent to it, if you remember.
Yes.
Do the authors of the ICOMOS technical review talk about views from the towpath as affecting OUV, or are they basing their views on what they assume to be images from the gardens themselves?
So, ma'am, if on my reading of that letter anyway, ICOMOS makes 2 points. It makes a point which is just indicated, assumes visibility from the sign vista. That's very clear, and it identifies as a consequence harm to that attribute. That's very clear. Then, as a separate category, it talks about views from the Thames path and identifies harm to what they say is the Arcadian character of that path, and to Sion House. So it seems to me, on my reading, they're separable. They're making 2 observations, and they're not reading across an impact on the buffer zone to an impact on the OUV of the World Heritage Site. And again, I'll be questioned on that perhaps, or you'll form your own judgment, but it seems to me pretty clear when you look at it in detail.
Now we move, I think, rather more briefly to Osterley.
Yeah. I know I'm going to run a little over,
That's
man,
okay.
probably about 10 or 15 minutes, but I'm still within an hour and a half. So I hope that I'll pick up the pace. All right. I don't think you should have told me that, madam. I'll try to go quicker. Yeah. Anyway, so all right. So it's a long evidence in chief, but there's a lot of topics to cover. So look, the same broad approach, ma'am. I mean, again, in the evidence, you have this aerial view, which I hope is helpful, identifying all of the key features. And if we the next slide, please. Just a couple of historic images to make some very brief points about this landscape. Okay, again, from the point of view of what's its impact on significance as a consequence of setting. The first point is obviously it's designed in a rural setting. That's the first point, and it's obvious. Second point is, as a matter of history, the landscape design, the really careful parkland design of this landscape, is around the house. And you see it defined by the sort of sinuous woodland and the 2 clumps to the south and the east of the main house, by the woodland belts, pardon me, and by the 3 lakes as well. And so there's a really clear, in my judgment anyway, landscape structure there. Now to the west, which is the left of the image, there's agricultural land, which is just enclosed in the usual way, and probably at that point giving over to pastoral use. And then to the east or the right, you see some enclosures with some parkland trees. Now, just to make the point that the approach from the gate to the south that we have today, which is the main approach, did not exist at this point at all. So it was just an enclosure line. And in fact, the main approach was from Wyke Farm, and we'll go there in a minute, but in basically the east right corner around a thing called the Green. If you're looking at it, we saw the lodges yesterday. They were enclosed by a woodland belt. And it's quite interesting, when you entered from that side, you passed through the lodges and you walked north away from the house. And there were openings in the woodland belt across the lake to give someone visiting the pleasure of that view of seeing the house. Now, I don't think you really have that view anymore. I mean, National Trust may wish to reinstate it, I don't know. But then you went to the top, you went around the lake, so appreciated the serpentine as it recedes into the distance. You came across west, and then you had a formal approach to the house heading south. And that's when you begin to see the house slowly revealing itself, as you will appreciate. Now, the next slide, very briefly, just shows the the intensification of planting in the different locations, more typical in the 19th century, actually. Look to be some avenues. That approach is there. And next slide. Right. So that just gives you a broad outline, and I'm going to make reference to some of those points. So a series of views were modeled in the original application, and they were view L, which is a view from under a tree canopy looking east as you head north of the South Drive. Now, this is an approach which is created in the late 19th century as the area suburbanizes. So that's an important point, because the suburban and urban intensification of the local area is, in that feature, just leaving its impact directly on the park. And you will have seen probably some grazing going on when you were there. But the important point there is view L is oblique to the direction of view. So it's passing. It's a sort of occasional view to the east, and it's over sort of farmland towards a developed edge. View M is from a path, not the historic approach path, but one that's become a sort of leisure and recreation path and a junction, you see there. And view O is looking south, so away from the direction of approach towards the lodges, which, as Mr. Strauda said, are listed. Now, we modeled 2 additional views. Again, Dr. Rutherford made the point that, well, there were some potential views available from, and you see AL and AM, which are in the top left, which are views from what would have been the historic approach to the house. Now, bear in mind, those views are not towards the house. As it were, AL and AM are not focused there. They're oblique to that. So a bit like view L. So if we just now go to the next slide, a few brief points. So this is AVRM, which is at the junction of those. It's a little hard to find this spot, actually. I've been a few times. But it's at the junction of some paths. You see a fence post helps you locate it. And you see the proposals for the Osterley site, or the Tesco site, as we call it. Now, I know this is presented in outline, Madam, but what I asked the applicant to do was to apply, using the design code, an indicative render only, I think, because it gives you a better sense of massing. The parameters showing the massing and the disposition of the blocks are submitted for approval. So I think any assistance that you or the Secretary of State has to understand the impact of the massing of the development I think, is as an acceptable way to present the information. But in any event, the observations I have are, this is a view, which here has been shot with a 50mm lens, actually is a very broad view, which has no particular direction to it. I mean, well, has even less direction than that Scion Park Road view. I mean, then you have a view along the road. This is a big, broad, open space. It's a view over some distance. Critically, the massing that's shown varies up and down in a way which is not unlike the variety up and down of the tree canopy, through which, certainly during winter, you already see a developed edge. And this is another one of those impacts, ma'am, where there is an aspect to seeing something and understanding where it is. I mean, we know that this scheme is, on a major road network and near to Scion Lane. Next view, please. This is a strongly directed linear view looking south towards the lodges today. It's variously managed, this hedge. When I was here, actually the hedge row was quite a bit higher. The photograph here is taken at a time when it's lower. I think a stock shot was used. It's from 2019. They didn't reshoot this. But again, similar points about the proposed massing. So the varied heights up and down, are at least complementary to the variety of heights in the tree canopy. But I think critically here, the direction of the view is a strong one. It's enclosed and it's heading to the south and the entrance. And then finally, penultimately maybe, next slide. So this is from just one of those views that Dr. Rutherford identified, view M. Now you were here, ma'am, with the visualization information. This is a view that was shot in February 22. Again, my request to the applicant to model this view because it had been raised. I make 2 points about it. First of all, you can just make out, I think, to the right-hand side of the development, the Gillette clock tower. I think you can see that. There's a copper roof with a clock face. I've made points already about massing. I don't need to repeat here. But the important point is that this is a glimpsed view, which you get, and it's 90 degrees to the direction of travel and the point of focus in the view, which is towards the enclosed area of parkland around the house. And variously from this area and the area on the other side of the lake, you see taller development. I completely accept the point that was made yesterday that this is closer than some of those other developments, and therefore the impact is greater. But I think all those factors that I've described led me to conclude that any of the impacts from Osterley were of a low order, of less than substantial harm. And there were similar comments to be made about them to Sion, namely that it was a layered landscape where you had a historic park in a clearly modern setting, and the latest development in that story of, the modern history of the area. I think that's it for Osterley. I had no more to say about that. And moving, I think, probably swiftly on.
Could I just, I beg your pardon, Dr. Miller, can I ask you to just put one other point together with that? It's a point that's relevant, as you said, to both Sion Park and Osterley. You touched on it earlier, and it's the point about how guidance asks one to take into account the full context. Because we've had, you'll be very familiar, man, with GPA 3. We've got it in front of the inquiry, obviously. Is there any help in that, Dr. Milian?
Yes, ma'am. It is worth taking it up. And so it's, I should have said at the beginning, I apologize, CD 10.22, which is the Historic England setting guidance. It's a hardy perennial at inquiries. So I'll repeat it, CD 10.22. Do you have it, madam? And if you go to the internal pagination, page 11, there's that boxed, we've all been here before in the room, I'm sure. There's that boxed text, assessment step 2. This is in the setting stepped assessment approach, which is the checklist. The starting point for this stage is to consider the significance of the heritage assets and then establish the contribution made by setting. And then there's a checklist of potential attributes of setting that may help to elucidate setting's contribution to significance. It may be the case that only a limited number of attributes are particularly important. Now, the reason I take you here is it draws attention to aspects of character and experience. So, for example, in the left-hand column, the 4th bullet point, it identifies as being relevant definition, scale, grain of surrounding streetscape, landscape, and spaces. Those are all aspects of character. The final bullet point, history and degree of change over time. I think that's really important in this case. And I was reflecting, again, you can't understand Osterley or Sion without also understanding them as part of modern London. The contrast is with, I don't know, Blenheim or Petworth. I mean, though, you talk about country estates in countryside, where the estate is much bigger than the nearby ancillary settlement. And as a landscape element, you've got, pastoral or agriculture, or farmed land riding all up around it, and you get a park boundary, which clearly delineates the beginning of the park and so forth. We're not dealing with that kind of preserve here. We're dealing with great estates that have become part of London, and they've changed as a consequence directly, actually, of their being part of London, and quite considerably. But then finally, on the right-hand column, experience of the asset. So again, that makes the point, first bullet, surrounding landscape or townscape character. 5th point, I think, noise, vibration, and other nuisances. So at different points, I referred to traffic noise and aircraft noise in the evidence. I think it's recognized that the ambience of Kew, for example, is affected by Heathrow, obviously. Noise, vibration, other nuisances. Then air quality, tranquility, remoteness, and wildness. Now that's the quality that doesn't necessarily apply in these cases, I think, in the main, because of the intensity of use in a lot of these places. And then finally, busyness, bustle, movement, activity, which are all aspects of or the results of an urban setting. So, for example, in Sion, or indeed in Osterley, the movement of vehicles, particularly in Sion, regularly to and from the garden center and the hotel, all relevant. I think those are the main points I want to draw. Those all need to be borne in mind, I think, when you carry out the assessment. Not, I should add, in order to identify something harmful and use it for more harm, but these are all points about general character and your experience of the asset. They're just facts. Sorry, I think that was all I had to say on.
Thank you. You were about to move on, I think.
Oh yeah, just I think almost finally to Gillette. Let's see where I am in my. I have the next slide. Yeah. Thank you very much. So, ma'am, if you can take up, this is the last in the presentation, but I will go to my appendices shortly to make a few points. But so we start with Gillette, obviously a really significant commercial building from 1937, designed in a kind of uniform red brick style by Bannister Fletcher, an important architect and historian in his time, a leading figure. Big architectural statement that gives its name to the corner, Gillette Corner. A lot of people refer to it. I've always known it that way. And a building which, like a lot of the buildings in the Great West Road from the 30s, were intended as commercial advertisements. And in order to give the commercial enterprise a kind of oomph and prominence, it's very important to note that the building frontage is set as a bit of an angle to the direction of the road. Now, I think that has the effect of giving it a real prominence in its local area and reinforces its quality as a sort of strong standalone building. It obviously has a sort of landscaped area to the front of it as well, which reinforces its presence against the road. Now, I'm not going to show all views of this, but this is just one I think that attention has been drawn to, which is obviously of the Homebase site in the background. And I just make the point that well, a few points. First point is that the contrast in materials, I think here is very important to maintaining the identity and discrete quality of Gillette particularly in this view, because of the relationship involved, is a lighter material in the background. The relative scale of Homebase is markedly less than the Gillette Tower. I don't think also there's any place in this sequence when the development would backdrop the tower, so the tower retains its clear sky presence. And the site in its current condition clearly is very unattractive. I mean, notwithstanding the Homebase on it, which some people like, but I mean, it's clearly, a surface car park. And so what's being proposed, in my judgment, is a high quality piece of architecture that replaces a very poor site and has an acceptable setting relationship, bearing in mind the characteristics of Gillette that I've already identified. And I just want to go now to my appendices to look at things. We'll leave the presentation and go to documents now. Just a few points, and I'll be within time. So my appendices, madam, are in the main. They are paginated, through paginated. Right. So if you have them, ma'am. Yes, it is. Yeah, main proof. It's I think it's ID 1.8.6. Yeah, they're in my appendices. Yeah. So I think that's right. My appendices. Yeah. Thank you. And there are page numbers in the top right. So if you turn in to page 21, and I'll hold it up so you see where I am. There you go. You got it. Sorry. So Mr. Linus can see. Yes, got it. Okay. So that's the view made in the other direction, obviously, and just a few observations. I think that the massing of the proposals and the inclusion of their treatment as a sort of series of fingers and distinct blocks breaks down the mass of the proposals here. Again, there's a difference in palette of materials. I think from the south, this is near Sion Lane Station, that angled placement of Gillette is really striking. I think it does really announce the building. here, the visual interaction clearly is with the Tesco site. And I note that the tower of Gillette does retain some clear sky behind it. But what I wanted to do to assist the inquiry was to, again, AVR did some modeling shots in View City. So if you turn the pages, what you have in that pack, so page 22 and following, if you just want to turn them, they're just model shots in View City, not verifiable per se, but pretty accurate as to placement, which illustrate how the view changes as you walk up Scion Lane, which is of course, what you do when you're at the station, because the station is located south from the main destination. And as you turn those pages, so 23, for example, 24, Gillette becomes only more prominent until finally you get to 25 and 26, turning the page again. And then 27, which is the last in the sequence, by which point the Tesco site is development is really a background and secondary feature. And critically, you see the great breadth of Gillette, and just how impressive it is in its landscape setting, notwithstanding the heavy traffic. And then there is on page 28, just to note, one of the other formal renders that was submitted. So in effect, the sequence of model shots just fills in that kinetic sequence between the 2 points and enables you to understand, and the Secretary of State, how the setting impacts change, and I think materially. And I've identified no harm to Gillette in its context for the reasons I've indicated. And in fact, I've identified an enhancement in its local context. But I do identify, ma'am, a harm to Gillette as it's perceived in distant views from Scion and Osterley. And that's simply because at the moment it is singular. It's the only feature on the skyline. Now I don't put too much weight on that weighted harm, if that makes sense. I think it's a very low order of less than substantial harm. And the reason for that is I think those views are incidental. And they're partial. So you don't see the whole of the proportions of the tower, for example. You don't see the whole of the tower in relation to the facade. So for that reason, I think they're limited. And my evidence concludes overall, therefore, an enhancement to the setting, however you get there, either by looking at both harms and then at the harm and engaging 202, or just rolling them up together in a sort of heritage balance. I think that's probably it. I've run out of time, I know, but
I do just one sentence or two about the cluster, if you like, of other assets.
yeah.
I know that I dealt with this in cross-examination, really by reference to your written work on this. But do you want to say a word about Coty and NatWest Bank and so on, just by way of roundup?
I mean, I think, madam, the significance of those assets, I think, are best appreciated in nearer views when you can focus on their detailing and styling, and their critical setting relationship is with the road, their roadside architecture. And they also have a kind of collective and group value. So Coty, NatWest Bank, and Gillette form a group. And the presence of Gillette reinforces the identity of those other Art Deco, for want of a better word, buildings. So I don't identify any harmful impact to their setting.
Thank you, ma'am. Obviously, there's a slightly fuller version of that and reference to the other ones, the Methodist building and so on in the written text, but we'll leave it there for now. Thank you very much, Dr. Meany.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you.
Well done. Thank you.
Mhm.
We'll take a short break now. It's a break until 10 to 11.
Thank you, ma'am. 10 to 11.
There we go. Clock's ticked round. Welcome back. Over to you, Mr. Linus. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Dr. Emily. Hello
Good
again.
morning. Nice to see you.
Just a few points by way of introduction. First, I'm not going to go through every asset. I'm going to deal primarily with Scion, Q, and a few individual assets, and leave other questions to Mr. Froneman tomorrow. I hope it's understood. But by way of starting point, and even on your analysis, Dr. Mele, just to collect your conclusions together, in your view, you accept that there would be harm caused by these proposals to a grade 1 RPG at Scion, correct?
Correct.
A grade 1 listed building, Scion House, correct?
Correct.
A grade 1 listed building, Lions Gate, correct?
Correct.
Grade 2 star RPG at Austerley, correct?
Correct.
And 2 related conservation areas in Austerley Park and Scion House, correct? Or the
Correct.
title, yes.
Yes, and they're rolled up
Yes.
with the RPGs. Really.
Yes, thank you. Now we'll come on to Q separately, but even as a starting point, you would recognise that applying the MPPF, great weight must be given to any harm to a heritage asset. That's right, isn't it?
Correct, having regard to the nature and extent of the harm.
Yes, and the more significant and important the asset, the greater that harm should be, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so in this case, you accept even before looking at your assessment that considerable weight should be given to the harm that you have identified, which includes to a series of grade 1 assets, correct?
Yeah, that's set out of my evidence.
Yes, thank you very much. Now, second heading, please, after introduction, just want to ask a few broad questions of approach, please. You accept, don't you, that when assessing harm, the key task is not to engage in an exercise of identifying what elements of significance are untouched or undrained away? That's right, isn't it?
No, I don't accept that as a proposition. I think you have to look at the individual asset. You have to give weight to the part that's affected. So you have to make a relative judgment, ma'am, as to the importance of that affected part. But I think it is a fair approach to look at the whole. I think that was agreed yesterday, ma'am, in discussion or in cross-examination with Mr. Stroud, that the so-called Bedford approach was a valid approach on the facts of any case.
No, I wasn't asking about the Bedford approach. I was asking about a particular proposition, which we'll go to the Tulip decision if we need to. I'll just put it again. The important task is not to engage in identifying what elements of significance are untouched, but it's rather to consider the importance of what would be affected.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Yes.
Yes, that's true, but to
Yes.
contextualize, I'm sorry, I misunderstood the question.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, but at the same time to contextualize it.
Yes, so the important task is consider what would be affected, not what's untouched. Correct?
Yes, but you have in mind the components which are untouched too.
Yes. Well, just if one needs to see the confirmation of that, can we just take out the Tulip decision, please? CD 9.8.
Oops.
And it's paragraph 16 of the decision letter on page 4 of the PDF. Paragraph 16 of the decision letter on page 4 of the PDF. Secretary of State agrees that the starting point for understanding significance of the Tower of London is as a statement of outstanding universal value. And the key point is not whether some aspect be left untouched, but the importance of what would be affected. That is the setting to its significance. You don't depart from that proposition.
No. I think I agreed with that general proposition. I just make the point, ma'am, that it needs to be contextualized.
Thank you very much. And one knows that that proposition was also accepted in the Citron decision, correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much. So the fact that significance is retained in an asset does not mean that the harm attached to an important aspect of significance should be reduced. That's right, isn't it?
No. It doesn't mean that, but I just
Mm.
return to my previous qualification, which is that one always has to have regard to the whole, because certainly in relation to Section 66, one is looking at the impact of a development on the listed building in the case of setting impacts. And that same principle applies in relation to 199 of the framework in 202. And I think to do otherwise would be, madam, to overlook the general requirement, which is to understand the particular significance of the asset and the contribution of one single component. So I accept the proposition, but I suppose I return to my first qualification.
Thank you very much. And just because a scheme does not affect the physical fabric of an asset, this does not dictate that judgments on harm should somehow be sort of relegated towards the lower end of the spectrum. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, so I think that was expressed as a negative, sorry. So could you express the question slightly positive to enable me to answer it better?
Yes, well, let's assume the scheme has no effect on the physical fabric
Yes,
of an
okay.
asset, right?
Mhm.
That does not dictate that judgments on harm should automatically be relegated towards the lower end of the spectrum of harm.
No, I
No.
agree with that proposition, but I would also say that there is a material difference in most cases as between direct impacts and indirect or setting impacts. And that's because the majority of in most cases, the majority of a asset's significance is an intrinsic quality. There are some cases, however, where significance is derived to a greater or lesser extent than from setting. But I think that leaves the first proposition intact.
Yeah, so even if it's the case that substantial significance is invested in the fabric of a heritage asset, that does not mean automatically that you relegate any harm in the setting case to the lower end of the spectrum.
It doesn't mean that necessarily. I think
No, thank you very much.
That's right. Not as a matter of general approach. No, we agree.
Thank you very much. And similarly, in the context of the OUV of a World Heritage Site, the proper approach to assessing harm doesn't involve a numbers game of counting up components of attributes that are affected or unaffected and translating that mechanically into judgment on harm. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's true. But
Yes.
my earlier qualification holds. You still look at the whole of the asset and its various facets.
And again, similar to the point I put to you previously, even if only some attributes are affected, that does not of itself mean that harm falls short of something which is central to significance. That's right, isn't it?
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Thank you very much. Similarly, any assessment of harm should it be calibrated simply by reference to the extent of development as a proportion of the overall setting?
No, you have to
No.
give weight to the value of the particular setting relationship.
Yes.
Some setting relationships will be more valuable than others.
Yeah, so you don't look at the proportion of the overall setting to calibrate your harm simply.
It's not a pie.
Yes,
That you
exactly.
slice up.
Exactly.
This is the analogy.
And
that's often used.
in a similar way, Dr. Milley, any weight that should be attached to harm should not be reduced simply because it only affects a small part of a World Heritage Site.
Again, as an
isn't it?
approach, not necessarily, but in general terms, it doesn't. Yeah, not necessarily
Yes.
as a generality.
Yes, and again, you'll understand that was accepted in the Citron
Yes.
decision as well, correct? Thank you very much. And similarly, leaving a number of views unharmed does not mean that harm is automatically placed at the lower end of the spectrum. That's right too, isn't it?
Not automatically,
Yes.
no, but you have to look at the harm view in the context of the rest.
Yes, it will depend on the importance of the views that
Yes.
are affected, for example. Thank you very much.
Yeah, well, and the ones that aren't affected too.
But again,
That's only common sense.
yes, but when one's not looking at a numbers game of counting up the views, it's more subtle than that, isn't it, Dr. Milley? It depends on the importance of the views that are affected, going back to the general approach we started with. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, now I agree it's not a numbers game, madam.
Yes.
And I also agree that it requires judgment. And the judgment is where you look at the whole.
Yes. But the fundamental point is to look at the importance of what is affected. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, and the degree of
thank you.
impact.
Now, next subtopic is Bedford. I just want to check the position given that was put to my witness yesterday. In terms of your approach to calibrating harm, we know you've referred to low harm in a number of places. Have you had regards or applied the Bedford approach to substantial harm to inform where within the spectrum of less than substantial harm that should lie?
I have regard to it, certainly, but I also have regard to the definition of substantial harm, which must mean a harm which is serious and very severe, such that it teeters on the brink of eliminating significance, because that's one of the ways substantial harm is defined. And I think Bedford is a helpful formulation. I'm aware that it's been questioned as an approach, but I think it's down to the decision maker and an expert to exercising judgment to form an overall view about what the correct approach should be.
So just let me understand. So you're not departing from Bedford as a matter of principle when you're calibrating your harm?
Not as a matter of principle. I'm
No.
simply saying that it is one avenue that could reasonably, I think, be open. And I realize that point has been challenged, and I think it was accepted by Historic England's witness yesterday as an appropriate approach.
Okay, thank you. Now, next subheading, please, nature of impacts. Hopefully this isn't controversial by way of introduction. That when identifying the nature of an impact, the appearance of a building so as to lift or draw the eye away from the heritage asset in question is a basis of a finding of harm on the ability to appreciate the asset. That's right, isn't it?
Just to make sure I've got the question, so that the appearance of the building.
Yeah, so as to lift or draw the eye away from the heritage asset in question is an appropriate basis for finding harm.
Yes, and that was
Yes.
the big debate at the Curve and Citron.
Yes. Would you accept that as a general proposition? Similarly, where a proposal distracts from or competes with the appreciation of those buildings, there's no disagreement there as a nature of impact which would cause harm.
No, and I think I understand lifting the eye as being a form of distraction or competition.
Yes.
That's right. Those are ways in which a setting impact can cause harm.
And in general terms, the greater the likelihood or extent of those effects occurring, the greater the prospect of harm.
Not necessarily. No, not as a generality. It depends. I mean, that's a qualitative judgment, ma'am, which I think depends very much on the nature of the asset and the nature of the impact, because you can have a very substantial change, obviously, which has a negligible effect, even if the impact is great, measured quantitatively.
Sure, but if a building has a greater propensity to lift or draw the eye or compete with the heritage asset in question, the greater the prospect of harm in general terms, Dr. Mealy?
I would, yes, I accept
Yes.
there's a greater risk on that basis.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, next subheading, please. Design and heritage.
Mhm.
Now, the high architectural quality of a building as a thing in itself is not to be equated with the avoidance of harm. That's right, isn't it?
No, that's correct. I make that point in my evidence, madam, in the design section, as you know, when I carry out my NDG appraisal. I think the witnesses agree on that point.
You're right. So it follows then that the highest quality design, properly understood, moves beyond looking at the building itself and requires a careful response to context. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yes, thank you.
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
Yes.
Sorry, the first part of that I couldn't
Yes.
follow. I beg your
High
pardon.
quality design
Mhm.
goes beyond looking at the building as a thing in itself, and it requires a careful response to context, doesn't it?
It requires a response to context. I hesitate with the word careful.
Really?
But I have regard to it. I mean, it's exactly the point I make in my written evidence, madam.
And again, we don't need to take out the policy references, but you'd accept in general terms that that proposition is reflected in policy, including the London Plan, National Design Guide, correct?
Yes, NDG and
Thank you.
London Plan Policy.
And that proposition applies not only in the immediate location of a proposal, but in terms of its relationship with heritage assets of immense importance further afield.
Yes.
Same proposition applies.
Mhm.
So again, it follows that the relationship to context, in particular the heritage context, is critical to a successful design in its broad sense.
Yes, it is.
Thank you very much. And similarly, harm to heritage interests must affect the overall conclusions on the design quality of a scheme.
It does, and I think
Yes.
that's accepted. But
Okay.
at the same time, there is a demonstrable difference between a well-designed building have a certain height, bulk, mass, and scale, and a poorly designed one. So I think you do need to take into account or factor in the quality of a design when you round on that analysis.
Understood, but in general, an unsympathetic response to the heritage context would weigh very heavily against the quality of the design of the scheme, wouldn't it?
No, I
General
wouldn't
terms?
accept that, actually.
Really?
No, I don't accept weigh very heavily, no.
Okay. Well, certainly weighs against the quality of a design of a scheme, doesn't it?
Can weigh against the quality.
Right, okay.
I know it's about words, but can weigh against the quality.
Well, in some cases, it could be judged to weigh very heavily against the quality of a scheme. That's right.
Well, could be, but I mean,
Yes.
there are plenty of examples of modern buildings of very striking form and character, which are listed, and their attractive qualities are seen to add to historic environments. So
Yes,
that's why I'm cautious around this line
Sure.
of questioning and qualifying my answers.
That's understood. But again, Tulip is an example where the unsympathetic response to the heritage context did weigh very heavily against the quality of the scheme, didn't it?
I can't recall if the inspector said very heavily, to be honest, but I take the point. He certainly found that
Yes.
he reduced the weight to be given to design quality because of the heritage harm he identified, and as do I in my
Okay.
evidence.
Thank you very much. Next subheading, please. Just pick up on a point that you made in your proof and touched on at the beginning of your evidence in chief on effectively the development of London. And in your proof, I don't think we need to take it up unless you wish to check the reference, but at paragraph 330 of your proof, you raise an overarching point effectively about London developing a new urban form. And make reference to areas of major intensification subject to designations which often sit nearby. And you repeated that at the beginning of your evidence in chief. Again, hopefully this is uncontroversial. To trace that in its context, when there's nothing in the approach required by development plan policy to the effect that the intensification that you referred to should be allowed despite harm to heritage designations.
No, they have to be
No.
taken into account, but nevertheless, these tensions emerge all the time in precisely these situations, and it's a common occurrence in London because of the, as I say earlier, the polycentric nature of the city and the way the London plan works through intensification of local areas.
Yes,
so
but there's
sorry,
Sorry.
allow me to finish, please. And it is an aspect of the way London is changing. It's a very notable aspect of London's townscape and character, actually, as distinct from other cities I'm familiar with.
Yes, but the point remains, Dr. Miller, that when testing a proposal, there's nothing in policy for opportunities areas, for example, suggest that designation of that area for significant growth implies accepting heritage harm.
I'm not giving evidence, or I'm familiar with the London plan policies generally. I'm not giving evidence on the land use policies and the way the balance is struck between them. But all I will say, ma'am, is that the framework allows this to take place within the context of 202. And of course, that's not development plan policy, but it's national policy to be taken into account alongside the development plan. And I just add further, it's just a sort of fact of the world we live in and the way development controls are being, decisions are being taken all the time.
Yes, I think that the point is, Dr. Miller, that development in such areas must always still meet the requirements of policy relating to both high quality design and heritage matters, correct?
Yes, it must.
Thank you very
but
much.
but policy compliance, madam, isn't often just a tick box exercise. It's a sort of open textured analysis. So there will be some policies, obviously, that are in where limbs are infringed, and other policies where they're not, and that they have to be taken into account in the round. So I think what's being portrayed is a kind of binary situation. And what I tried to capture in my 331 is actually a more fluid situation that takes into account the balancing out of advantage and disadvantage.
Thank you very much. And in terms of World Heritage sites, the focus in London Plan is on seeking to manage the built environment to allow evolution whilst protecting the significance of a World Heritage site. That's the objective, isn't it?
Yeah, that's HC2, absolutely.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, and in fact, HC1 as a general heritage policy is called, I think, Historic Environment and Growth or something similar like that. Get the latest term.
Thank you very much. Now, let's move on to Scion first, please. I think you've covered this, but just to check, we've got Grade 1 RPG, you've got the Isleworth Conservation Area over a broader area, including Isleworth to the south. Number of listed buildings, including Scion House and Lion Gate. As I understand, you treat the RPG and the conservation area as effectively the same for purposes of assessing harm and analysis. Is that right?
For purpose of analysis, but of course, madam, they're two separate designations.
Yes. And the impact assessment covers the house and the RPG in a similar way, correct?
Yes, they're overlapping. They reinforce one another.
Thank you very much. And you have other individual assets, including the ornamental bridge and so on, where you say no harm. Mr. Stroud says there is harm. We'll come back to some of those later. Now, again, I don't want to deal with next subheading is significance, please. I don't want to deal with this in detail, but it's not in dispute. In general terms, the assets I've identified are of very high significance, reflected by the highest protection in the English designation system. Correct?
Yes, World Heritage Site in Grade 1s, yes.
And I say, I think as you confirm, the significance of the RPG is closely related to that of the house, correct?
Yes.
Yes.
I would say that, yes.
Thank you very much. And we'll come on to Q later, but you acknowledged, I think, the Thames landscape strategy in your proof. You'll acknowledge as well that it referred to Scion Reach being bordered by two of the most significant design landscapes in Britain. You would accept, wouldn't you, that characterization as far as Scion RPG is concerned as one of the most significant design landscapes in Britain?
Sorry, is the question I accept Scion as one of the most significant design landscapes in Britain?
Yes.
I don't accept that, actually, no.
Really?
No, it's very important. It's well worthy of its Grade 1 designation, but, you know.
Yes. Well, I mean, the
it's,
Grade 1
it's right up there. A lot of really important
Yes.
design landscapes. So,
Okay.
you know, I'm not meaning to diminish its value, but equally, I don't think one can lose sight of the complexity, richness, extent of a fantastic legacy. So that's why I'm quibbling, I suppose. But
okay.
Yeah.
We'll note that the Thames landscape strategy references 411.2. Okay, but you've noted it's Grade 1 character, which may tell its own story. Now, as far as the contribution of setting to significance is concerned, please and put these propositions to you. I deal with the setting as experienced to the east of the house. First of all, you'd accept, wouldn't you, that setting here is important to the design significance of the house, as it's the location for Brown's Arcadian vision of parkland sweeping down to the river and Kew beyond.
Right. I accept that the setting to the river is important for architectural reasons, and that the landscape frames the building. I just, the Arcadian point is just, I'm very skeptical about that, to be perfectly honest. But, what it is a beautiful landscape framing a house by the river.
Yes, well, the setting there is important to design significance in that sense,
yes,
because it's a location for Brown's vision of a naturalized parkland. So setting is important to design significance in that way, isn't it?
Yes, and I
Thank
say as
you.
much in my evidence, actually.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Setting here is also important to architectural significance because it allows for an appreciation of the important architectural features of Sion House. That's right, isn't it?
The distinctive corner turrets are
Yes, and
sort of signature features of the
yes,
building.
and
Yeah.
Percy Line as well.
Yes, Percy
Yes,
Line, brought there a
with
little
it
later.
all within the wider parkland, correct?
All within which? I'm sorry.
With it viewed within the wider parkland, correct?
I'm so sorry that those questions came very quickly. So what is
Yes.
viewed within the wider
The
parkland?
setting here is
Sorry.
important to architectural significance because it allows an appreciation of Sion House within the wider parkland, correct?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Well, the appreciation of the house in the wider parkland has two aspects. It has the park side or the land side, and it has the river side. And they both allow for the appreciation of the house.
Okay. And as far as artistic significance is concerned, I'll come back to the Canaletto view later, but in general terms, you'd accept that setting here is also important to artistic significance, given the association of the house with depictions of the Arcadian Thames within a wider cultural movement. That's right, isn't it?
It is, but
Yes.
bearing in mind that the that legacy exists separately as a cultural inheritance, and the house itself is the object of that. So I don't
Yes.
I don't conflate the artistic interest of the house with its pictorial legacy.
No, but we're looking
That's
at
the question that's being put. Sorry.
Well, I'm looking at contribution of setting to significance of both the parkland and the house, but the setting here is important to artistic significance given the depictions of the house within the Arcadian Thames environment. Correct?
Yeah, I mean, I say that in my
Yes.
evidence. Yes.
So, I mean, in these respects, the setting of the house in the park in that Thames landscape is integral to the accumulation of significance, isn't it?
Well, no, I don't think it is because there are other aspects to the house in the park besides its relationship with the Arcadian Thames. It's a sort of multifaceted
Yes, but you
set of
have
relationships.
you've
There is
accepted
one aspect of those sets of relationships which engages with the Thames, and there are other aspects which don't. It's not a single component.
But in terms of setting being, as you said, it's important for design significance, important for revealing the architectural significance, important for revealing the artistic significance as well of the house and the park. I mean, in these ways, it's right, isn't it, that setting is integral to an understanding of the significance of Sion House and the RPG.
Yes, I would accept that.
Thank you very much. And as far as views are concerned, I don't ask you to take anything out specifically at this stage. We've looked at the well-thumbed AF and AG, amongst other views within CD 1051, as well as some of the MSE images. And you would accept that views from the east on the other side of the Thames are important because they allow for an understanding of those aspects of how setting is integral to the significance of the house and the landscape. It's fair, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Yes.
my evidence, actually.
Yes, and
Yeah.
they offer a very rich architectural perspective on the house. Correct?
No, I wouldn't say rich architectural perspective. I think that they offer is a picture of a house in a landscape.
Yes. Well, they offer rich perspectives on the architecture of the house, don't they?
They offer some views of the house. Yes.
Yes.
Or to the extent that they offer is an appreciation
Yes.
of some signal features
Yes.
of the design of the building. Sorry, I do beg your pardon.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's me or if it's you cutting across each other, but I tend to answer questions a little slowly, so I'm trying to make good progress. Which if allow me to.
Likewise, I'll do my best.
Yeah.
Secondly, the views evoke Sion's historic interest in the context of this aristocratic reach of the Thames. That's right, isn't it?
I missed the end of that question.
The views are important because they evoke Sion's historic interest in the context of this aristocratic
Yeah.
reach of the Thames.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
right,
well,
isn't
because
it?
exactly, yes, they do.
And they set the house within its brown design, its Arcadian pastoral vision. That's right, isn't it?
They set the house within a landscape design. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very
Yeah.
much. And the Sion Park management plan that you took out in evidence earlier on, the identification of views from the east towards the house is entirely consistent with setting making an important integral contribution to significance. That's right, isn't it?
That's right. Yes.
Thank you very much. Right.
I'm so sorry. Just to add an observation, madam, and we don't need to go there, but I'm the views in that we did look at, they're figure 3.2, and I only just pause here to mention that there was further analysis from those points of view D, E, F, which we didn't go through in chief, but which is in my proof of evidence and appendices.
Okay, thank you. I don't mind that. Okay. Now, we've looked at the importance of setting to significance. We've looked at how views contribute to that. Although the path on the eastern side of the Thames invites walkers to move along it, the eye is naturally drawn over the river in views along the towpath towards Sion House. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, I say that in evidence, actually.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And
It's constantly scanning. I think it's a process really. You look at the path for your footing, you look at the river, you look at what's across the river, and when Sion comes along, you notice it. Yeah.
Yes, and when the eye is naturally drawn over the river in those views, the remaining absence of development in these views when the eye is drawn across is an important aspect of how setting contributes to significance, isn't it?
Well, I don't agree with that, because I don't think that these views are absent of views of modern development. They're very varied. You see bits and pieces of modern development, some more, some less obvious. It's not a river view in deep countryside where there's no development. You're aware of it from various reasons, and you're aware of the urban setting. Sometimes those cues are subtle. Sometimes they're sensory, but again, I contrast the experience with a walk. I don't know, a Scottish river, the Tweed occurs to me, but any number of other rivers through deep countryside settings where you are unaware of the modern world because of an entirely pastoral and natural landscape. I don't think the experience along Thames Path is like that myself, but I mean, it's a matter of judgment, madam. But
well, it is a matter of judgment. Obviously, the inspector's been on the site visits already. I understand you've referred as you're walking along the path to development that is further north in the view. My point is that when the eye is naturally drawn over the river in views towards Sion House and the parkland, there is a general impression of an absence of development in these views when one's taking in Sion House. That's right, isn't it?
well, I mean, a general absence of modern development
Yes.
in the immediate setting of Sion House.
Yes. Yes.
But one doesn't focus in a static way on a 50mm shot. You're still aware of all that's going on around you, and indeed some of the activities in Sion too, because when I've been there's been various marquees set up on the lawn, which they use for entertainment. It's a sort of active and dynamic setting environment.
Yes, but one of the reasons why this is regarded as and we've been through it already, as important reach of the Thames, that it offers the potential for views of this Arcadian vision in contradistinction to other reaches in the Thames.
Well, it does offer the potential for some remnants of an Arcadian vision if I think you work in a determined way to imagine yourself out of London. I think that's the real difference between us on this point.
Yes. Okay. Well,
I mean, I just don't think that that uninterrupted experience that is implied in that question is really what you experience. I just don't think that. over many years of visiting this area, working on many projects, and just
Well,
as a
I'm
Londoner.
focusing on what happens when the eye is drawn across to Sion House, because it's part of the views analysis that's been done. You accept in your proof that the eye is naturally drawn over the river
Yeah.
in this location.
I agreed to that
And
question earlier. Yeah.
yes, and the remaining absence of modern development in these views helps reinforce the prominence of the architectural detail and form of Sion House, correct?
No, I don't think that actually. No, I think that Sion House in its setting would be prominent in any event, and I still think it remains prominent with the proposals as seen in those moving sequences we discussed.
Well,
The prominence of it is the product of its unusual architectural form, its three-dimensional orientation to the views which I've discussed, its skyline profile, but also the structure of the landscape. And the point I made, Madam in Chief, drawing your attention to those thick woodland or landscape elements to either side which frame it and reinforce it. And the other thing that's fascinating and wonderful about it is the interaction between the river and the meadow, which we haven't much talked about. But the Thames is still very tidal in this location, and the tide meadow is a really important part of the setting, and the varied vegetation that exists within that. Some of it self-set and being managed because it's invasive. Others planned as part of the 18th century scheme. I mean, those are all the things that contribute to the prominence of this, and it's those things I think that are arresting and focus your attention.
I just want to understand the difference between us here, Dr. Miller, is that you don't attribute, do you, any role in the remaining absence of development in those views in helping to reinforce the prominence of the architecture of Sion House? Just want to be clear what you're saying. There's no role whatsoever.
No, there is a role.
Right.
And
Okay.
if there wasn't a role, I wouldn't identify harm, because it would be illogical, wouldn't it? But I mean, yes, no. The fact that there is nothing visible above the house, that's the point we're talking about.
And that helps
the nub of the case. But
sorry, Dr. Miller.
No,
but that does help reinforce the prominence of the superb architectural detailing and form of the house, doesn't it?
It does, because you can see the turrets clearly. But I don't think that prominence is reduced by the proposals.
Well, come on. I'm just looking at setting at the moment. Haven't gone on to impact yet. And if one looks at the battlements, for example, that the remaining absence of development in these views sort of heightens helps reinforce the prominence of detailing, because the form of those battlements was intended to avoid a sense of competition, wasn't it?
Oh, sorry, a military image. Sorry, can I just ask for clarification? Is that because the battlements are meant to suggest a fortification? And
not so much a fortification, but the point was that the expression of battlements in general terms was intended to avoid a sense of competition in views.
No, I don't agree with that. I mean, it's a bit of sort of it's an 18th century frivolous reference to the Gothic past. It's about taste. I mean, this is a fine point, and it's probably of no particular relevance. I mean, the importance of the battlements, if I can cut to it, madam, to help you, is that you can see the detailing of the crenellation as against open sky beyond, and so you can make out the skyline of the building because of skyline features. I don't attribute anything more to it than just the designers of the time trying to be a bit fashionable and reflect on the older history of the site.
All right. Well, we can move on to Percy Land then. Have your evidence committee submissions on that. Percy Land was added on top to display the sense of importance of the family and its dominance in the wider setting. We accept that?
Yes.
Thank you very much. And again, the absence of development in views, modern development, if you want to put that qualification in, is again important also in placing the house within the pastoral context that Brown conceived.
Yeah, no, I don't agree with that, actually, for the reasons I've already explored about the difference between the past and the present.
It helps convey what the historic and artistic associations in the past would have been, doesn't it?
it helps convey the designer's intention,
Yes, okay.
and which we can understand in the present.
Thank you very much. Now, the factors that you've taken into account when considering the contribution of setting, we've touched on it already, the awareness of other developments. Now, I think it's accepted that on longer walks along the path, you will encounter modern development, but you'd accept that both in the Albany decision, as one example, that this reach of the Thames is perceived as having a character of its own. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, and the inspector relied on the word Arcadian in the
Yes, thank you
landscape
very much.
strategy.
So a strong distinction was drawn in the Albany case between the stretch further downstream near urban Brentford and what was described as the iconic Arcadian stretch near Sion Vista. It has a different feel to it, doesn't it?
No, I'm aware of that decision. I've read that.
Yes, it has a different feel to it, doesn't it?
Sorry, a different
feel to it.
Yeah, it's less urbanized.
Thank you very much. And again, matter for the judgment of the inspector will put the point to that in views where the composition of Sion and Parkland draws the eye across, as you accept, you don't have in those views a strong perception of development in any association with Sion, do you?
No, I don't perceive a strong
No.
in that framed view. No.
Thank you very much. And as the 360 AVR tends to suggest, it sort of recedes to either end of the view. Other development further along the Thames sort of recedes in the view.
Well, yeah, but the 360 AVR is done with a sort of 360-degree lens, and so naturally, when you move from the edge of the image, the perspective distorts because of the angle of the lens. So it's a 24mm lens, so that I don't think that's. I said they came with health warnings. They're just helpful for establishing a broader context when you're not on site and looking back on your experiences. That's why I think they're important.
Thank you very much. The next point that I want to turn to in terms of the approach that you took when considering the contribution of setting. It's maybe unfair, but the implication, at least in your proof, if it wasn't explicit, was that you were so downplaying the importance of these views across the Sion House from the Thames generally by comparing them with the view from the Sion outlook, which has the qualities of the proscenium arch. But Dr. Mealy, we know from the cultural output of the Arcadian Thames, which we can come back to shortly in the context of Canaletto views, that it was depicted not as a sort of theatre specifically from the Sion outlook, but as a landscape with a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. It's fair, isn't it?
So what can I just ask, what is the it in that sentence? What was depicted?
Sion House and the views across from the eastern part of the Thames.
Sion House in the painting of it, or in?
Yes, we'll take the painting of it.
Yeah, no, I just want to be clear. Actually,
yes, it was depicted. And
I'm sorry, I just do want to be clear, because you talk about views and images and so forth, and I want to understand exactly the question I'm answering. So Sion House as depicted in a view or views. Okay.
Yes, exactly. As shown through what I'll summarize as the cultural output of the Arcadian Thames you referred to.
Sure.
I mean, looking at those images that we've been through some of them already. That cultural output was depicting the house and not as a theatre specifically from Sion outlook necessarily, but as a landscape with a foreground, a middle ground, and a background. It's fair, isn't it?
Well, that's the way landscape pictures are composed. They have a foreground, a middle ground, and a distant ground, and they also have framing elements on either side. That's the way paintings are made.
Yes, and they were and the idea is that you move the eye around the picture, correct?
The idea is
you move the eye around the picture.
Sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they would convey the ideal of an estate standing alone in a pastoral setting, correct?
Well, that's right, which is what it was like in 1760.
Yes, and plainly
so that was the image that the artists were trying to convey for their patrons.
Yes, and plainly not solely from the Sion outlook view. That's right, isn't it?
No, I mean, from many perspectives, including many which aren't currently available and would never be available.
Yes, but
or indeed never existed, for that matter. You know,
Yes,
it's just
but
completely invented with fore, middle, and backgrounds.
okay, but and the point you were making in your proof was that you were somehow um, comparing them adversely with the view from Scion Outlook, which has the qualities of a proscenium arch. My point to you is that that doesn't significantly detract from the contribution that setting makes in these views across to the house, because they were depicted in general terms within the landscape shown in the cultural output of the Arcadian Thames.
Yeah, I really don't. Could you rephrase that question? Because I'm not sure I've understood it correctly.
Okay.
So,
To the extent that you
yes.
were trying to sort of
Okay.
downplay the importance of views across the Thames by comparing them with the view from the Scion Outlook, which has the qualities of a proscenium arch, one must always recognise, Dr. Mealy, that in the cultural output of the Arcadian Thames, it was important to convey the ideal of this estate standing alone in a pastoral setting with a foreground, a middle ground, and a background.
Sure.
Yes.
Yes, but I think
Yes.
it's an incorrect comparison. It's a kind of category error. You know, we're comparing works of art which, you know, reflect social and cultural mores and desires to express power and authority over the landscape and society, with a physical landscape which has three dimensions. They're fundamentally different. And yes, I do see the structuring of the landscape as theatrical, and it does have fore, middle, and background. But, you know, there is, I mean, the use of the word, I'm sure you know this, madam, forgive me. The use of the word foreground, middle ground, background, those words in relation to views is about distance of certain features from the viewing position, whereas fore, middle, and background in a two-dimensional image are about the horizontal register in the picture. They're just fundamentally different. So I don't think you can draw across from one to the other. I'm sorry, I just don't, you know, I don't understand I don't think it's a valid comparison.
Thank you very much. And the Canaletto view in particular, we've had a look at that in the evidence already. I mean, whatever the position of Canaletto when that was being taken, the rationale for the painting was that the beauty of Sion House and its setting was effectively enhanced by looking across the water from the east.
No, that's not the rationale for the painting, actually. The rationale for I mean, it's in my evidence and it's accepted. I think it was the first Duke of Northumberland commissioned as many as 8 pictures from Canaletto. 2 were of his London properties. 1 was of Northumberland House in the West End, which I don't think survives anymore. The painting does, though, I'm pretty sure. And the other was of Sion. The purpose of country house portraits, madam, was to show your property off to people visiting you for entertainments. Sometimes the paintings of the country were hung in the city. Sometimes the paintings of the city were hung in the country estate. And the purpose of putting the river in the foreground is to magnify the scale of the building, which again is an accepted trope, visual trick, or device, which is there to magnify the importance of the house and hence, by analogy, the owner of the house. It is a statement of authority and power, diminishing, as I said in evidence in chief, the Thames to like a little serpentine lake in a Brownian landscape is a demonstration of that. Well, what was power? He's a duke after all. So that's what it meant. Actually, it didn't mean anything about the actual relationship with the Thames at all. It's a pretext, the Thames.
I think it's where the parties differ, I suspect, Dr. Mealy, in the sense that the view that is taken on this side of the room anyway is that the painting involved a clear choice of depicting the house in the background of the Thames. And it was clearly intended to represent a place whereby views were enhanced by looking at the house across the water.
Yeah. Well, madam, I understand that's the view taken by Historic England on this point and others. but it's just a really stark difference between a topographical image, which purports to show something exactly as it is, and a work of art, which has a message. And I look at that Canaletto, and what I see is the message. And anyway, we know, and I touched on this in the evidence in chief, and there's a lot there, but just to draw out, again, it is an important setting point. Actually, it emerges that when that painting was made, it was before Capability Brown was involved in the landscape. And the predecessor of the Ninth Duke being the painting of Canaletto, cleared all of the enclosed late medieval gardens from that area and created the lawn. That's what that painting shows. The house probably at that point in time, or an intention to clear the lawn. The actual landscape on either side is not the actual landscape that was projected a few years later. It's a country house portrait. Yes, the Thames is there as a recognizable feature, but it's reduced to nothing. I mean, you only need to compare it with, indeed, the image I showed in chief prior to the Canaletto, which I think was or there's a Richard Wilson, but anyway, where the Thames is shown actually bigger than it is, where people are trying to magnify its scale and put it in a broad panoramic sweep. Again, sort of, to ennoble the people who had relationships with the Thames by reasons of ownership. So simple point, it's not topography, it's a work of art.
I think the difference, Dr. Mealy, is that from HE's point of view, the painting still shows how the artist wanted Sion to be seen.
Yeah, well, I think that is a fair
Yes.
observation we can agree on in this sense that, and we accept it, Sion had an important relationship with the river. That
Yes.
was acknowledged. So that's what the painting shows. But
Yes.
beyond that, the river is there just as a sign for that, or a symbol. It's not in any way real.
Okay, so we're agreed at least that it shows how the artist wanted it to be seen. And
Yeah.
the fact that one can stand in a location now which allows an understanding of that sort of important artistic connection with the house still contributes to the significance of the view, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't think it does actually. Now that we've done the work on the Canaletto, which is so interesting, with that in mind, and I look at Sion is underwhelming. I'm not being to be flippant, but it is underwhelming in comparison with the house depicted in the Canaletto painting, which is given much more mass and monumentality and scale than the however prominent Sion is than Sion has. In fact, it's actually there's a complete disjunction between the two of them. So if you had the photograph, this is in some of the papers, if you had a photograph of the Canaletto and tried to match it, it just wouldn't work. There's no alignment between the two of them because the Canaletto is made from a different position with a fictive landscape.
Well, even if there's no precise, topographical accuracy, Dr. Mealy, the proposition still stands that the fact that you can stand on the eastern side of the Thames in a location which still allows for a close understanding of this important artistic connection still contributes to significance of the view across to Sion from here, doesn't it?
Oh, well, yeah. I mean, I think as a generality, I
Yes.
would accept that,
Okay.
yes. But I mean, I don't think that in any way translates into any particular viewing position. It's a sort of proposition.
Yes, but as a generality, if one takes this in general terms to views along that stretch of the river, the ability to stand in locations which allow this understanding of that artistic connection still are a meaningful contribution to significance here, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
celebrated images of places and buildings in them are recognized to
Yes.
make that contribution.
Thank you very
But
much.
I mean, all I'm trying to do is distinguish what the particular circumstances are and the meaning of the picture.
Thank you very much. And if
And-
one goes to, sorry.
I was going to say, and as a matter of fact, from the actual viewing location, we don't see the proposals.
Thank you very much. Now, if again, staying with setting, we go around to the west of the house. More traditionally bounded, but again, you'd agree, displays the Brownian landscape with a design intended to continue a sense of pastoral retreat.
Continuous sense, I'm sorry.
To continue a sense of a pastoral retreat.
No, well, no. I mean, the Brownian landscape wasn't about a pastoral retreat at all. I mean, there's a real sort of sloppiness in the use of these words. I mean, I'm not criticizing Historic England's Council here, obviously. But, there's different things, actually. It's what's called a naturalistic landscape, not a pastoral landscape.
Okay.
Pastoral landscape is outside of it and contrasts with the natural landscape. The naturalistic landscape has components of the pastoral. I mean, the idea that a Brownian landscape is somehow like countryside is just misconceived.
Naturalistic, I can take a naturalistic retreat.
Yeah.
Up there.
Well, naturalistic being the term used by art historians to describe a
Very well.
contrived or artificial landscape.
Very well. And
rather unfortunately called naturalistic, which people tend to get confused over. In fact, the term that I think is being referred to could be realistic. I'm sorry, madam. I'm sorry, madam. Yeah. No, I disagree. Sorry, madam. Thank you for putting me back on track.
I think in your proof at 524 on page 38, you say that at this point, I think you're in the western side of the house here. General awareness of Broad and Brentford beyond the Arcadian illusion. Again, is that something which you're applying to the path or to the parkland?
May I just read that again, please? I think I'm applying that to the path. Yes, that's what that's about.
Okay. As far as your characterization of the western landscape is concerned, we have in Mr. Stroud's evidence, please, an appeal decision at Appendix 3.
Just give me a moment. I don't have that on paper. And appendices are in IDs, aren't they? Or proofs are in IDs. Can you give me the reference, please, again? Sorry.
It's Appendix 3.
Thank you, madam. So I go into ID 111 and then Appendix
3.
Which volume?
It's the first volume.
Oh, thank you very much. Sorry, I'm sorry. Just to. Yes, please take me to the reference again.
Well, if we look at paragraph 12.
Sorry, what page?
It's on internal page 3 of the decision itself.
Okay, and what page PDF?
Oh, I'm not in the PDF, sorry.
No.
Yes, that's the one.
10. Okay, sorry. Yeah, Nick Fagan, Park Road allotments. Yes, okay.
Okay, and this is the finding of the inspector, paragraph 12. He says, Brown's work in this part of the park consisted principally of the creation of the curving serpentine lakes, planting of belts of trees to the boundaries and clumps of individual trees in the parkland setting, creation of the carriage drive, bridge over the lake, etc. Sion Park is typical of Brown's work, and he's created by these interventions the illusion of a never-ending Arcadian landscape in what is a modestly sized area of only 26 hectares in this western side of the park. So it's quite clear, whatever your characterization of the setting to the parkland, the design intent as accepted by the inspector in that appeal decision was the trying to create the illusion of a never-ending Arcadian landscape.
Well, that was that inspector's decision. I
Yes.
disagree with the never-ending Arcadian landscape. Quite frankly, I think that's an overstatement. I think it's my right to disagree with the inspector. I didn't take part in that. Sorry, I didn't take part in that inquiry. I would agree, and it's helpful to have spelled out there, madam, that short list of what the Brownian features are on the parkland, and that's very helpful.
Okay, I
And,
think
and I would say also it is typical of Brown's work. I would agree with that. But never-ending Arcadian landscape. Well, I suppose the only word I would agree in that phrase is illusion. And an illusion is by definition not real.
yes, but the point is, Dr. Mealy, as the inspector there, recognised the point is about a skillful artifice. It's about creating the illusion of an Arcadian landscape, even if it doesn't exist in reality.
Well, that's certainly that was the design intent.
That was the design intent. You
Yeah.
accept that?
Yeah, but
Okay.
you know, well, no, he's describing the design intent, not
Yes.
the current situation.
Yes. Well, I think that's probably crystallizes the difference. I mean, in terms of looking at what the significance of the asset is, as well as the contribution of setting, that it's critical that the design intent was to create this sense of illusion, even if in reality it didn't exist beyond the boundary, because that's the design intent of the of Brown, which is directly relevant to its significance, isn't it?
Well, it's relevant to the original design significance, but
Yes.
never-ending Arcadian landscape is just, I have to say, just think an overstatement. As I said, I revert to the word. I mean, I didn't give evidence at this inquiry, so I don't know what was said about these points. But I mean, and every inquiry is different. But yeah. So as I said earlier, I prefer the word naturalistic because it goes to the artifice of it, and that's actually what the design is about. And I don't understand why never ending. I mean, the inspector there formed a judgment about it, but actually the space is very well bounded. It's bounded to the west and south by tree belts, and by the Lime Avenue to the north. So it's actually quite a contained space.
Yes, but I think that's the point, and probably the main area of the difference between yourself, Dr. Mealy, on this side of the room. When one's looking at heritage significance, one looks at the design intent of the garden designer who developed the parkland, correct?
Yes.
Yes. I think you've accepted that design intent was about the creation of a skillful artifice, about creating the illusion of an Arcadian landscape, even if it didn't exist beyond the boundary of the site.
Yes, I
Yes.
would agree that point, the way that's
Yes.
put. I think that's fair.
And
Okay.
the boundaries of the site in terms of the trees, etc. That was a device which was used to help further that design intent, wasn't it?
It was a device that was used to shut out people on the London Road and on the
Yes.
adjoining
And
lane,
well,
and
the
create a sense of enclosure and also authority from the outside.
Well, if we can put it more widely than that, Dr. Mill, it was if the design intent was to create this artifice of this Arcadian landscape stretching, beyond the boundary, even if it didn't exist in reality, the tree line was an important aspect of that artifice, wasn't it?
No, I don't think so, actually. And the reason I don't is this, that the tree boundary to this park is really orthogonal, and it doesn't have the sort of sinuous lines of plantations and that have a sort of curling geometric quality that draw the eye into landscape pockets and create a sense of an unbounded space. The tree line is a boundary. And it's really important to distinguish those two styles, or when we think of Brown, well, it's a misnomer, the Brownian style anyway. There is no particular distinction, lots of different responses. But the way that sense of a wider landscape was created was by sort of sinuous shaping of large plantations and woodlands, and that isn't apparent in this landscape. What you've got are, I mean, it's a very sort of, maybe this an arid point, I don't know, but you've got these boundary treatments, which are very clearly boundaries for reasons of security and privacy, and they're orthogonal in their arrangement. And then you've got specimens, isolated specimens, and a few small clumps. Now, when there were more trees in the parkland, one would have had a sense of depth to it, and that's where I suppose there would have been an illusion. But as you've seen from my evidence, madam, I think that the tree loss has really harmed that aspect of the original design.
Sure, but whether you're looking at trees on the boundary or trees within the site, their deployment as part of the design intent
Of
was
course.
to help create the skillful artifice about the landscape extending beyond.
I think we're just a difference in judgment about the
Right.
boundaries of this park and the trees within it. I
Right.
think that the arrangement of the trees within it is the thing that probably, well, to the extent we know Brown did this, because there's some uncertainty, but whoever did it, that was where the interest lay, was creating the image of a kind of woodland, light woodland with some grassland underneath it.
Okay, but again,
the eye sort of stops at the boundaries. They're very firm.
Okay, but in terms of how that influenced or how that was reflected in the design intent,
Mhm.
the overall sense of development not appearing above the tree line would have been integral to the creation of that illusion, wouldn't it?
Well, yes, because of course
Yes.
there wouldn't have been development that would appear above the tree line in the mid 18th century.
Yes, and that is why the conservation area appraisal, which can turn up if necessary, identifies as a threat tall buildings in relation to the landscape, including those in the middle distance. That's right,
Yes.
isn't it?
Well, I don't know if that's the reason why, but I think I would agree with the
Yes.
appraisal and identifying them as a potential threat. Yes.
Yes, and the reason it identifies those tall buildings as a threat is because it interferes with the positive contribution that a lack of tall building development makes towards creating that illusion. That's right, isn't it?
I don't. I mean, maybe we should take it up and actually go to the citation. But I mean, the way I see the tree belt is it provides a sort of landscape edge to a landscape park, and a tree line and a canopy is an attractive thing, and it reinforces both as a boundary and a skyline feature
Yes, but
the parkland character of the landscape.
Yes, but if the design intent was the creation of this artifice to demonstrate that there was an Arcadian landscape beyond, even if it didn't exist in reality, it's clear from the conservation area appraisal that it sees tall buildings as a threat to that.
Well, I don't think and I differ particularly from the conservation area appraisal in that point.
Thank you very much.
I mean, the landscape outside the park anyway was sort of market gardens. It was sort of edge of London stuff, and farms. It wasn't Arcadian, the landscape beyond it. It was a working landscape.
Yes, but the point, and I'll just try this one more time. But the point was, Dr. Mealy, that the design intent was about creating the illusion of an Arcadian landscape beyond.
No, I would say it's about creating an illusion within, actually. Because, now the question is phrased that way, it is really helpful, I think, to draw out the difference, madam, because it puts me in mind of 18th century landscape parks, which have what are called borrowed views. And this doesn't have any borrowed views. It's an inward-looking landscape.
Now, in terms of the factors that you've taken into account when considering the contribution of setting, you've referred to modern London beyond, modern large-scale development, which is clearly perceptible beyond. I think the difference between the parties, which can lead to the inspector, is that, well, you say these experiences are part of the experience of the asset. HE takes a different approach to that. But what you appear to have done there is to use the existence of the taller modern development to effectively downgrade the contribution of setting to significance.
No, I don't accept that point. And I think my written evidence is quite clear and careful on that point, that I'm not using past harm to justify more harm. I'm simply reporting a fact. I'm taking account of something that HE's own guidance said you should take account of.
Okay, but
it's the reality of the situation. It's the character of the setting of the park.
Yes, but it's how one deals with that reality in your judgment, Dr. Mealy. Of course, you need to look at what is there now in that box, and GPA 3 tells you to do that. But you referred there to past harm. When one is applying the judgment as far as these proposals are concerned, you must treat what you described as past harm as harm which needs to be fed into any potential cumulative assessment, including this scheme.
No, I think only where there's a clear potential for cumulative harm. So,
Yes, no, I accept there will be a difference of view on whether that exists, but you accept as a proposition that you must take that existing development into account as harmful.
yeah, yes, you
Thank you.
do, but then it doesn't necessarily mean that the harm is what you're proposing is multiplied by that past harm, which I think is the point. And I mean, this topic is often, it comes up at these kinds of landscape-based inquiries. And I think my observation, madam, is that there's a difference. You need to take into account the reality of how you experience the asset in all its characteristics. And Sion, although it's still a aristocratic estate, now has more the character of urban parkland. Now, the fact that something is urban parkland doesn't mean that the urban part is harmful to the parkland. There are plenty of wonderful registered parks and gardens where development is accepted to be completely outside. It's desirable and not harmful. I mean, the obvious case is from St. James's Park in central London, where you see lots of modern London from around there. It doesn't diminish your appreciation of what I think is a Nash period, or Repton with Nash period landscape. Still, you can appreciate all of that beauty and wonder there. And yeah, you're in London, you see lots of buildings out from it. And now that doesn't mean any building is acceptable, and I'm not saying that, and I think that's clear from my evidence. But I think that's the condition that Sion has. It's more akin to that, a historic park which become an urban park, than a historic park which is still in a rural setting. And so that does affect the way you consider new developments.
Yes, but the starting point is, regardless of what you say about being an urban park, you accept that past harm has been caused and needs to be taken into account. That's right. I understand. There'll be an issue as to whether or not, in views of the proposals, you would treat that cumulatively with the existing harm. But your starting point is that modern tall development outside the park has caused harm.
Well, I'm not actually the development I identify as causing harm. Just to be clear, could I be taken to that reference? I think the one I identify as causing harm is the QI.
Okay. Well, no, I was just asking you the
because
general.
I'm not sure that I categorize all of what you see outside as being harmful. I mean, and if I'm misremembering, then please.
No, I was referring to something you said earlier in chief, where you had referred to harm having been caused.
Okay. Well, for the avoidance of doubt, then, and I accept that, I did say that, of course. The development I have in mind, ma'am, where I think, yeah, clearly there is past harm, is the QI, which is that glass tower. You see it when you come into the park. As I said, it's right above the listed lodges. It's pretty, dramatic. And I would say that's harmful. But, we don't combine with that in any way, because you have to look away from that in order to see the proposals. And then from one small part of the park.
Well, we can come back to the views. But I mean, the reason you've identified harm, Dr. Mealy, is that a tall building in that location has interrupted this sense of a naturalistic parkland, which has sought to give an impression through its design intent of a continued naturalized landscape beyond its boundaries. That's the reason why then a tall building causes the harm in the view.
I don't say that in my evidence, actually.
No, but I'm looking for why you accept that harm has been caused.
Well, because it's a highly glazed reflective building with a irregular curvilinear shape, rising dead up behind a grade 1 listed lodge on the principled approach through a parkland. I think anybody would agree that causes. I mean, if we were debating that proposal now, you'd have to agree it was causing harm.
Okay, thank you.
I don't say, therefore, that, for example, seeing Gillette or bits of sky or other new buildings is harmful.
Okay, now other points which influenced your approach. We've seen the series of views along the drive views TS and R that were looked at yesterday. Now, they are not the original approach to the house, as you mentioned, but you accept they are important in that they allow for the sweep of RPG parkland to be appreciated.
Sorry, and this is along Park Road, as it's called.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I do accept
Yes,
that they
thank
are
you.
important. I also draw attention to how urbanized they are from the traffic.
And again, we don't need to take it out, but the conservation area appraisal identifies views from here which suggest some
Yes.
recognition of their importance.
Yes, and
Thank
those
you.
are read over onto the Great West Road Corridor visualization study.
Thank you very much. Now, impacts. If we can just go to impacts next, please. Let's go back over to the east of the house. I just wanted to start with a question of clarification. First of all, we've got your Appendix 4 to your appendices, where you have identified the area of the river analysis animation. Now, I just wanted to be clear as far as the viewpoints as to where you say that is covering. We see AF further to the north.
Yep.
Oh, sorry,
sorry,
it's page
12.
12, ma'am. I'm just checking you got the right documents. Appendix 4 to the Dr. Miele's proof. Yeah. Sorry, ma'am. This would be clear. AF is shown to the north. In terms of where the video starts, is it somewhere south of view AG?
I don't see AG.
No, it's not on there, but I'm trying to compare it with. I'm trying to compare with AG that's seen somewhere else. Just
Fair
trying to get a
enough.
feel for the plan.
Yeah,
Are you able to tell me, Dr. Miele?
Yeah, I am going to tell you. Yes,
Yeah.
it starts south of there. Correct.
Right. Okay. And
yeah, there should be a plan at the front, but anyway.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought we put everything on this plan.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just want to check something that I noticed as it was being played. Actually, it may take a view actually on the laptop screen rather than the big one to see it. But if you
it may be. Sorry, can I just interject to assist? On page 19.
Yes.
That's a clearer image of what the area of impact is.
Yes, understood.
I think sorry, forgive me for trying to anticipate your question.
No, that's fine. I'm just trying to locate it as far as the still images were concerned.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to check something that I noticed. If you put the video up on your screen, and if you can go along to round about second 43 or 40.
Can you just help me with the reference? In the
I just
ID?
have it
because I've only been working off of the PDF.
No, this is the actual video. Ma'am, I just wanted to check something on there. Given I just noticed that when the video was playing in Dr. Miele's evidence.
Yep. So
1052.
1052.
Sorry, applicant. Sorry, can you give me the reference? I missed that.
CD 1052.
Oh, right. Yes, of course. Sorry.
It'll probably take ages to download now for what was a very short point.
CD, yeah. CD. Oh, sorry. Let me go back.
It's the actual video.
And it was 1052, was it?
10.52. That's in the image.
Yeah, that's it, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, and you need to go into the document, don't you? And you click. Yep. Takes a minute to load. Yeah, so the first part of the sequence.
Yes, we've got that. Sorry, Dr. Mead, I just want to try and save time.
Yeah.
I'm just interested in what happens in this video from round about second 44. I hesitate to raise this, but I just wanted to check something with you.
Sure. So what happened? Okay.
If you go to second, if you pause at second 44, either you let the video run to there, or you can move it along the.
Yeah, I'm just going to let it run a few seconds more.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, so there's a bleed through.
Yes, and if you just pause it at 43 or 44 and then run
Yeah.
on, and just something I noticed when it was playing on screen, that round about second 46, I think it's the Homebase scheme.
Yeah.
It seems to sort of pop up immediately in the view.
Yeah, well, it does.
Is that right?
Exactly right. It's really hard to do a moving render through really densely placed tree branches. So it comes in at that point simply for the point of view. That's all.
All right. Ma'am, do you see the way have you got there? Just see the way it pops up in the view?
But sorry. Yeah. You're right, it does.
Yeah, so again, obviously the inspector will do a site visit, but insofar as you're asking the inspector to take this into account, you've got to bear in mind that the limits of the technology mean that it just pops up in views when in reality it's going to be viewed earlier in the sequence.
Well, no. With respect, no, because to the south of this point, so madam, if you're at 44 seconds or 45, you see in the foreground of the image beside the Thames path, there's a self-set tree, multi-stem tree. The reason the video render stops at this point is it's the first point where you get a clear view across from this side of the Thames. Because before this point, we weren't able to get a camera shot prior to it.
Yes, but there'll be the point. It's just to record it. Really, there will be points before that second 46 when it pops up in view. When in reality, you're going to be able to see it from the path.
No. Two observations, and just to assist. I did refer to this earlier. First point, ma'am, is we set the direction of the movie. I mean, direction, sort of the art direction, the production of the movie, to first of all be looking directly at Sion at the first point where there's a clear view across the river. That was the instruction to the cameraman. And before this point, you have to go back and check. You don't get a clear view because of overlapping branches. Okay. Now, there is supplementary information, madam, that allows you to understand a little bit more about the geometry, which if you go to my appendices, we are on my appendices, great, okay, sorry. Yes, so we're on page 12, madam, which is where Mr. Linus took me for the start of this question. And you see in the lower left register of 11, there's a small plan, and then that's enlarged on page 12. Now, what we did was we plotted the area within which there's the effect as the kind of green wash. It's approximate, but you can judge from the movie. But I was also concerned to know, or interested as much as anything, but certainly concerned to know whether there was any potential for intervisibility to the south of there from areas F, E, and D. Now, bearing in mind, madam, those are views which are taken from the Sion Park Landscape Heritage Management Plan. I think I've got that right. That what it is, that document. So what I asked Mr. Robson and his team to do was to put the camera in the model at each of those points, D, E, and F. And if you turn on a couple of pages to page 15, because I wanted to know if the views, I'm sorry, I'll let you get there, madam. If the views identified in the Thames landscape strategy further upstream could at any point experience this overtopping effect. And so what you get at page 15 is view D in a model. Okay, so you see obviously Sion there, you see all the vegetation around it. You see the position of the camera in the little inset, and it's pointed at Sion. Sion is the target. And by removing trees in the east lawn and the meadow, the tide meadow at Sion, Mr. Robson has been able to show the development off to the left. So if you then turn to page 16, that's the next point in that sequence in the Thames landscape strategy, which is view E. This is actually kind of surprising because you think the geometry wouldn't work here, but there's a bend in the river and there's the oblique geometry split. But anyway, at view E, he's done an exactly similar thing. Put the little digital camera you see in the inset, highlighted in green box, on the path. And again, shot at the target, which is Sion, and you see the site is oblique. And then finally, he's moved it to view F, which is the furthest south, which is on page 17. And the same comments apply, albeit in, for some reason, I don't know why quite, if you turn to page 17, the model, there's a chalk model in all of the ones of Homebase, actually. So you see a little bit more detail of them, but you see it's well off to the side. Now, this is an important point because if for the sake of argument, just for the sake of argument, the boundary were opened up all within Q along that point, this demonstrates, because of the interposing trees, that you still wouldn't have any visibility. And you don't have any visibility from those points because the trees interpose. And there's no overtopping. So that's why, and I meant to raise it in evidence, but I sort of ran out of time. But I mean, this was one of the additional pieces of work I asked the applicant to instruct. So anyways, I hope that's clear. Sorry to take time with that answer, but it was just a piece of evidence that I think answered the point.
Well, if those views D, E, and F are shown, I have to say I'm struggling with view D showing the site where it does, and then comparing it with the video, because
it changes quite rapidly at that point. And the views are approximate locations, because the other thing we had to do, which was complex, was try to position D, E, and F near places on the towpath where you could actually get a view.
Yes, but the only reason to put the point, I don't want to spend too long on this, but page 15, view D, the site is well off to the left under D.
Yes, but then the Thames.
On the video, it pops up, some way along atop the crenellations, not that far from D.
Yeah, no, you're right. And the reason for that, madam, is that the D and the spray line on the plan are approximate, and the Thames path, the Thames begins to angle more significantly north at this point, which means all of a sudden the alignment comes closer into view than it does from the south. I mean, I can ask Mr. Robson to run a test on that to confirm it, but I'm just proceeding on the basis. I mean, I was present in the room when these tests were done.
True. You understand the point I'm raising, Dr.
I do understand the point,
Within a couple of seconds of the start, which you say is at D, the site has gone from well off to the left on your page 15 to suddenly popping up somewhere along the top of...
I understand entirely the confusion on the point, but I've given Madam 3 reasons why that is. First of all, we couldn't get exactly to D, E, and F. We got to near to those points. Second, the river moves very significantly at this point, and the position D, and the position D is approximate. But I mean, if there's any question about the reliability or accuracy about these, it's very easy for Mr. Robson to do a note. But I mean, I was in the room, the virtual room anyway, when these were done. So I believe they're reliable. But in any event, what they show is that interposing vegetation and sign blocks the view anyway.
Very well. Now, sorry.
Yes.
Where am I on the walk along?
Yeah. You're north of D, and madam, you could get a more exact location if you go back to the original plan where we started.
Page 12.
Yes, but if you turn on a few pages, page 12, you appreciate, is a real approximation. But if you then go on to page 19, you have a enlargement, and we haven't put any of the other viewpoints on that. So that, I mean, it's not exactly precise to the meter, but it's pretty close. So that's a more accurate portrayal. Yeah, second 44. So yes, madam. At the start of that arrow. Yes, at the beginning of the arrow. Sorry, that's the southern extent. That's at 44, 45. Yeah. Correct.
So, ma'am, just to avoid any doubt about this, the beginning of the green is the beginning of what you see in the video. It's north, Dr. Mealy said, of D. I think that's right.
That's right. Yeah.
It's
Yeah. The 44 is at the start of, no, just to clarify, the movie starts with a view looking up the river towards Tower. It then goes into a vegetated tunnel. You see that. The next outlet is here. So this is we put the camera, we set the direction to shoot from the point where you come out from vegetation and you get clearer views. So that's why we put it there. Yes, I will. Yeah. I'm sorry, madam. Yes. Yes. But that's not the start of the video.
It's not point D, though. I think that's the point that I picked up. Maybe I misheard, ma'am. Sorry.
Yeah. And anyway,
that
point
you were putting point D at the beginning of the green arrow. The beginning of the green arrow is second 44. It's north of point D.
And bearing in mind, madam, that point D is
hold on.
shown on the Thames on the
Correct, yeah.
Science Park Management Plan. At that scale, is about 20 meters across. The video starts to the south of D.
Well, I'm sorry, Dr. Miller. I think the confusion is.
Well,
that's
I'm
not-
sorry
that's
if you're
not what your
confused.
page 12 shows.
Look, I can show you approximately, man.
Yeah.
Okay, madam. I believe it starts in this stretch. Around FD, that sort of thing. Yeah. But I can get it plotted more precisely for you. No, yeah. So that's inaccurate in the evidence. But for the avoidance of doubt, the sequence from 44 starts at the beginning of that. But, in the interest of just being absolutely clear, can I suggest that we just get Mr. Robson and his team to clarify and say where the... Yes. Yeah, yes, of course. Yeah, of course.
And if there's any difference, obviously we'll report
Yeah.
to you, ma'am.
Yeah. Yes, that's my understanding. Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
Obviously,
But
ma'am,
for the
if you're going to find it helpful to have that information, obviously, but and it's going to be prepared by the applicant, then clearly that will help you.
Well-
I'm sure we just need to have an opportunity to
Sure.
to have a look at that
I
and
understand that.
potentially comment on it.
But in
Um,
yeah, I beg your pardon. Obviously, madam, but in fairness, a lot of new analysis was done in this case. So, we've done our best on that one. If there's a further clarification, yeah, that's fine. So we can get that sorted out. Yeah.
very well. Very well. Sorry for that detour,
No,
ma'am, but,
No, I'm sorry for the confusion.
As Dr.
actually.
Mealy, you can understand why the point was asked. It does
No,
look, it does look odd for building to pop up in a video view like that.
Yeah.
You accept that,
Well,
wouldn't you?
I have explained that to you,
Well,
madam.
okay. Well,
Yeah.
again, it's a matter which the inspector can compare with her site visit. Now, as far as deciding where to pitch the harm that you accept would arise on views, including the river analysis animation. One factor is that you're changing the skyline of what is a distinctive silhouette, correct?
You are changing the skyline, yes?
Yeah, so you will be overtopping of the building along at least part of its length, correct?
That's the word I've used, yes.
Yes.
Mhm.
And certainly in other cases, you'll be aware, Dr. Mealy, that overtopping of a building is sometimes regarded as a form of impact that is more harmful because of the distraction it causes. Is that fair?
That is sometimes the case in general, but there's always a question of separating distance.
Yes. And
Bec-
that's because of the particular distraction it causes, as well as the impression of competition.
Yes, and that's why
Yes.
I identify the harm. And bearing in mind that the closer something is, the more likely it is to be distracting or intrusive, taken together with motion parallax.
I'll come on to those points, but you accept that in general terms. And in this case, it applies with particular force to the clarity of understanding of the battlement set into the lower roof line, correct?
Yes, it does.
Yes.
I still think you'd be able to perceive the skyline of the building and the battlements because of the architectural characteristics of them. You would
Yes, but
see it very clearly as something in the
Yes.
distance, and you would see Sion very clearly as something in the middle distance.
Yes, but the point is still that the distraction, the sense of competition that causes.
Yeah, well,
because you
and
can't
that's
see
the
them.
source
Yes.
of the harm.
And the same applies to Percy Lion, doesn't it?
Yeah, I don't pick the Percy Lion out as a particular component. It's the skyline of it's part of the skyline of the building. I mean, it's a point again. It's a matter of judgment. I mean, the crest of the Percy Lion over this distance. I mean, I think you can make out the silhouette. I have to say, in my visits, I couldn't make it out all that clearly. But
Yes,
you know.
and so and again, another sort of factor which the inspector needs to bear in mind is that you're breaking the intactness of the view above Sion House there, in the sense that there is no development breaking that view already. That's a relevant consideration when pitching harm, isn't it?
Well, it's a change to the skyline behind it, but breaking the intactness of the view is not a term I would recognize. I mean, there's clear setting depth perceived in this set of relationships.
Yes, but you're breaking the intactness of the view in the sense that one factor to bear in mind is that there simply isn't any other built development of this of form behind the building. That's a relevant factor when you're pitching your harm, isn't it?
It is relevant, yeah.
Thank you very much. Another relevant factor is the extent to which it tracks substantially across the eastern elevation along the walking route where the eye's drawn over. That's another relevant factor, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. In your proof, you refer to how architectural character, you say, mitigates impact.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the prospects of the architectural quality of the building being discernible in these views are slim. I'd put the point to you, Dr. Millet, that the detailing of the building isn't going to be readily apparent in this view, is it?
No, I don't think it will, but some of the gross elements of development, you know what I mean, the massing of the building, also the color of the building, and the scale of the buildings, as communicated by the sort of framing elements with the infill panels, and the separation between the buildings will also be perceptible, albeit I think on close analysis rather than any. So I think those are not. Those are all qualities of the architecture that go to mitigating. I think the impact. So I'm not saying that the architectural quality as architecture in that instance is part of the equation, but I do also have regard, I think, as I said in chief, to the sort of legibility function of the proposal and its marking of a gateway in the opportunity area.
As far as the massing is concerned, I mean, you accept in your evidence that there would be the coalescence of the buildings and the view of the proposals. That's right, isn't it?
Do I use the word coalescence? Can I be taken to that reference, please?
Page 49 of your proof,
Okay.
6.63.
Yeah, I say despite the coalescence of the buildings, which is a two-dimensional observation, one would appreciate there are gaps between them.
Yeah, so you'd accept quite apart from the effect of tracking behind the building, you have what you referred to as visual attachment to the sides, and that would be viewed in a context where you accept, at least in the view, you're going to perceive these buildings as a single.
No, I think, I'm sorry, 6631, the word despite indicates that I think notwithstanding, you know, you look at the images and they overlap one another, you would appreciate the gaps between them. There's also a difference in color between the buildings.
We'll come on to that. But you accept as your starting point, though, that in the viewing, there would be some coalescence of buildings.
Well, yes, but then
Yes.
I then go on to consider whether that amplifies the effect or it doesn't, and I conclude it doesn't. I mean, clearly the buildings overlap in that view. That's
Okay.
just obvious from the image.
I mean, the color palette that you mentioned, you said it's light. It will tend to blend with the sky
Mhm.
dome on overcast days. But I mean, if one looks at the visuals that have been prepared, I mean, one can clearly discern the buildings even in overcast conditions.
Can you take me to it? Can I be taken to an image, please?
Well, AF or AG.
And there's a CD 1051.
Yeah.
Can I be taken to a page just for convenience?
AG is on page 78 in the blown up version. Let's try AG.
Yeah, sorry, there's a page reference, madam. I think it would be helpful to get.
Page 7, internal page 78.
Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. So this is, this is blown up AG.
Yes. Well, the
Yeah.
point about colors, you say it will tend to blend with
Yeah.
the sky dome. I put the point to
Well-
even on those images, it hardly suggests a blending of the sky dome.
Well-
Dr. Miller.
Well, I'm not sure I agree with that, actually. If you look on the facing page, it's the blue and the light colors. So it's different. Well, let's put it this way. The light coloration of the buildings and the fact that brick is used, which is not going to be a reflective material, or that masonry and sort of earth materials are being used, which are fired, means that the proposals won't sort of reflect, and they have a muted tonality, and blues and grays are accepted to be less impactful, and on certain conditions I think they will. And likewise, in the winter, those colors I think would be effective in reducing the apparent bulk and shadowing of the building behind as seen through trees.
Okay. Okay, it was a clear difference of view there. Leave
Yeah,
that to the
mhm.
inspector's judgments. Motion parallax.
Yep.
The train window effect, if we can put it that way. I mean, you've referred to this, a couple of occasions. I mean, the notion that you are relying upon, it doesn't affect the fact that the tracking that you accept to arise will take place and will be highly noticeable in the view. There's nothing about the notion of motion parallax which dilutes the sense of a noticeable impact tracking behind the house.
No. Well, I think there's been a misunderstanding. No is the answer. The tracking is what creates the motion parallax, because motion parallax is the product of a fixed point, well, 2 points moving relative to another, and you gauge distance by the swiftness or otherwise of the movement of the distant object against the middle ground object or the near object. That's motion parallax. You only perceive it by tracking.
Yes, but the point is that it remains the fact that you will still have introduced in the view a new urban structure which behaves very differently when compared with anything else in the view.
Yeah, well, I think I've answered that.
Okay.
Well, I've answered that question. It is a
Yes,
new
okay.
influence in the view, but motion parallax will enable the perception of setting depth, which is the separation between things.
Okay, well,
Just as the eye would perceive greater detail on an object in the middle ground, i.e. cyan, as it would in the objects in the distance.
you also rely upon association with a recognizable place as a
Yeah.
factor which puts your harm, but I just wanted to look at that. I mean, the fact that you may be aware of a building being built elsewhere cannot, in general terms, mitigate harm that would otherwise arise to the significance of a heritage asset, Dr. Mealy?
Well, I disagree for the reasons I've described already.
Well, I mean, if you follow that approach, the mere fact you've got development in a different location being used to downgrade impact, put it to you, it's not a legitimate approach simply to say that the viewer recognizes the building somewhere else as a means of downgrading impact.
I understand the question. I think it's an unfair characterization, really. When you see something in the distance, in the background of a historic building, and it has meaning in terms of the overall structure of the area that you're in, it changes the way I think, it's my judgment, it changes the way you perceive it. So it moves from being something that's incidental to something that is, has some degree of meaning. And that I think affects the way you perceive the impact.
But if
It,
anything,
it doesn't make all impacts acceptable by any means, and indeed, I don't say it makes this one acceptable.
but by saying that you associate it with another place, you're not introducing anything in that to somehow, put a brake on the potential harm that could be caused. Because I mean, you could say that about any tall building causing any harm in any place if you just say, well, the viewer is going to recognise it as being located somewhere else.
Well, you could use that argument, but in the facts of this case, given the general context, character, and setting of all these assets, it does seem to me for it to be highly relevant, and it's a matter of judgment. I've given the reasons why I think that.
Right.
And also in terms of general urban design and placemaking, I mean, the London Plan and other planning policy documents do support the idea of intensification at areas of townscape interest as a
Yes.
freestanding objective of
Well,
legibility.
we've
And I
been-
think if one were to distinguish that impact that we're talking about from, say, the impact of any old tower in the distance, which had no relationship functionally to the wider area, which is the context for the asset, then I think I would be saying a different thing.
Yes, but on that approach, that would just open the door to development of any height in the area that you've identified, and you'd be using that as a factor which sort of downplays the harm that's caused, because you'd be saying, well, people will understand it's in the opportunity area, therefore that's going to somehow minimise the harm that's being caused to Sion House. There's no control over the harm that could be caused if you apply that approach, Dr. Miller, is there?
Well, that could be the case, but it's not the case here because, I've made a specific assessment on the facts of the case.
If anything, the fact that your eyes being drawn to this other place as you identify it tends to confirm the impact, because it emphasizes the distraction away from the building under question, doesn't it?
No.
Really? Okay. Now, duration of visual impact was the other factor that you've taken into account. Now, again, when one's looking at that, you must bear in mind also the importance of the views for the duration in question, correct?
Correct.
And here the duration of impact relates to, I think, what you've agreed to be a highly important reach of the Thames, correct?
Correct.
And the impact lasts for a sequence of views where the best views of the house and park, some of the best views of the house and park are to be obtained.
Some of the best views, yes.
And the fact that it's a linear sequence of views simply confirms the fact that you have more than one viewpoint where you would see the development. It's not a factor which somehow dilutes the harm, does it?
No, but the fact that it's a kinetic sequence where the view is set at 90 degrees, roughly, to the area of impact, introduces, first, motion parallax, which we've discussed already, which does have a mitigating impact. And second, it means that the visual impact is off the direction of the view, even if sign is a significant component, because I think, as I said in evidence chief, it's pure judgment point. You look at a lot of things when you're on the Thames path at that point.
Okay, but this is the point where the eye is drawn across the Thames, isn't it?
It is, that's right. And well, I mean, madam, it really is a point for the side view about, if we were actually thinking ourselves into a state of, I don't know, somehow ignorance of what the real matter is, and we were walking along the stretch, would you attend for the whole of that duration to that impact? I don't think you would, because I think your attention would be moving around a lot. It would be at your feet. It would be looking down the Thames. It would then be going back to Sion, and you'd be looking at other things too. I mean, it's a really, quite apart from sort of dodging people on the path, and that's flippant. That's inappropriate. But I mean, I think it's a sort of open and multifaceted experience, and I distinguish it, madam, from an experience which is a planned linear view, where these interactions are sort of always in mind and in the direction of the view. So the classic one being, I don't know, you think of a country house with a grand approach and something was appearing behind it. Well, I mean, that's a condition where I think the kinetic sequence doesn't have a mitigating effect necessarily, although motion parallax still applies.
Okay. And notwithstanding the points that you raised that have sort of questioned you about, where HE takes a different view, obviously, as a matter of judgment. At 664 of your proof, you conclude there would be a low to moderate harmful impact here. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. So you've identified a harm which you say could be taken up to the moderate level, as far as something that is important to the significance of the asset here. That's right, isn't it?
Yes,
Yes.
that's right. And because it's about the importance calibrated with the degree to which it affects your appreciation of what's significant.
Yes.
Those are the two vectors that you have to take into account.
Yes. So whatever other aspects of significance remain unaffected elsewhere, we'll come on to the west of the house briefly. You accept that there would be up to moderate harm caused to the contribution made by setting. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, in the sequence of views from the Thames.
Okay, thank you.
That's what I've written. It's my evidence.
Thank you.
Well, low to moderate, yes.
Okay, thank you. Right. Impacts from the west, briefly.
I was just going to say when I'll leave it to you to indicate when might be a good time.
Yeah, I think we'll try and finish Sion. I've got to get to Q briefly, but I'll try and finish Sion and then take a break now. Okay. Impacts from the west. You've identified a low order of harm here, primarily, I think, in your original evidence, in views that would include T and S walking along Park Road. Is that correct?
Those are the views from the west that I looked at in chief.
Yes, thank you. And in terms of where one calibrates the harm here, one has to take into account the scale of the development as perceived above the trees, correct?
Yes, in conjunction with the extent of the tree line.
Yes. Prominence in the view, correct?
Yes, remembering the direction and structure of the landscape.
Yes. The potential for the eye to be drawn away from the landscape and over the top of the existing trees, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. And the basis of those harms would be impairing the appreciation of Brown's what I've described as the Arcadian illusion.
No, I don't think it would impair that.
Okay,
so it would be a distraction because it appears above the tree line. I think that's what I say, but I don't think it would materially impair your appreciation of the parkland design that you see in front of you.
Okay,
I mean, it's a very sorry, let me finish. It's a very large space, a considerable expanse, as I said, with a strong and long boundary to the north, and the views are panoramic. So I don't think it would prevent you understanding for one moment that we're looking at what is in this part of the park, the remains, okay, about 70%, but still what is obviously 18th century parkland. I just can't see how you would be suddenly not appreciate that.
Well, I think it really gets back to the difference between yourself and HE on what the heritage significance of the parkland is and the contribution made by the absence of development beyond it. That's right, isn't it?
Well, I mean, HE's evidence is HE's evidence. I've given my own evidence.
Okay, but if one takes out view T, for example, on page 66 of 1051.
Okay. Was that 56?
66, sorry.
I beg your pardon, no. Yeah.
The overall effect of this scheme is heightened, isn't it, by the spreading of impact across the view. One has the home-based scheme identified right in the centre, but there will still be cumulative impacts caused by the spreading wider in the views. That's right, isn't it?
I think the Tesco Osterley scheme in this view has a very limited impact indeed.
Well,
from my judgment, it's really the home-based scheme which is causing the principal impact. The reason I say that is that the up and down of the, if I want a better word, the massing, the block form and different heights, sit within a general datum of tree line, and the impacts are, very minimal. And I think actually in summer you just wouldn't even notice them. I'm not even sure you'd particularly be aware of them here. I think that the impact comes clearly from home base.
Okay, but well, it's another difference of judgment. We'd have to leave
Sure.
that to the inspector on the extent to which the spreading tends to exacerbate the impact. But even on the home base scheme, you have a mass series of separate buildings, but there's no overall break in the built form that you would perceive from that position, is there?
No, I think you would perceive a break in the build
Okay.
form, I think very clearly, because you'd see the silhouette of, I forget the number of the block, I'm sorry, but the block to the north, which is stepped, which is what catches your eye and creates a skyline silhouette. You then have the parapet, and then you look at the three taller blocks. Again, the letters have gone out of my mind. But, we're looking at a two-dimensional image. There's significant distance from the east face of the nearest taller building to the corner of the furthest one. I mean, the eye is very, very sensitive to three dimensions and setting depth. Human beings perceive these things because we have binocular vision. We're used to seeing three-dimensional forms in space, and we appreciate them as such. So I think it's and this is exactly one of the limitations of the use of two-dimensional images to judge what is actually going to be a relatively complex composition of buildings.
Thank you. And one of the points that's been made by Mr. Stroud is that, if you're walking along the parkland here, this impact is novel in the sense that it's introducing new development into an area of the view where the impact is far greater than anything which is there at the moment. Do you accept that as a general proposition?
Yeah, I think from the parkland, the Homebase site does introduce a new form into what is currently an uninterrupted tree. Well, I say that, but there are various smaller interruptions. But I think I think that we debated this point yesterday, or not I, but it's a question of degree rather than just a fundamental change, because you do see taller buildings out from various points, particularly in the winter, from the parkland.
Okay, so apart from these locations, I've looked at the importance of these views earlier, except harm would be caused. There's a difference of view based on the contribution that we say or you say has been made by setting, along with a difference in terms of the scale and impression of the development here. But as far as other locations are concerned, beyond these images R, S, and T, the inquiry has seen images including MSE 7, which was the view over Lion Gate, one of the MSE images. Do you remember that?
That's I think the image that we had AVR render.
Yes,
correctly.
Now, we'll come back to Lion Gate briefly, but as far as the sort of coverage of impact is concerned, you accept you would have impacts that track along the road as shown at RS and T, but impacts would go deeper into the parkland, including at MSE. So there's still harm being caused to the parkland, not specifically to Lion Gate, but from those locations you'd have extra ingredients of harm to the parkland.
Yeah. And that's why, madam, in my evidence I conclude an impact of low overall. I've looked at all of those impacts. They occur in different parts of the landscape, and they occur in parts of the landscape where you see more or less of what's going on outside in any event. And where, for example, from R and T, I get the letters right, from near the Pepperpot Lodges and the Lion Gate view, you're in the part of the park where you see the hotel in the park, and you're much more aware of the garden center, all the modern activities, of a car park that goes on with it. So, whether or not you find something you see from those locations in part through screening incongruous, I think is dependent on what you can already see and your appreciation of the character of the park, apart from anything else at this point.
In terms of the overall areas within the parkland where harm would be experienced, we have the routes along the road that we've identified across the parkland. You accept it also be harm caused in the area taking in views of Lion Gate, correct?
Yes, both of those.
And there was some discussion yesterday about other views that may be obtained on the route between the house, the ornamental bridge, and Lion Gate, where Mr. Stroud says that not necessarily, or not from the ornamental bridge itself, but on from points the other side of the bridge, you would also have harm caused. It wasn't clear if that was something which you accepted beyond the acceptance of harm in that view of Lions Gate.
Can I be really, just to assist, because can I be taken to an aerial view maybe and have it pointed out to me where we're talking exactly? I understand the point about the bridge.
Yes.
I'm going from my evidence in the first instance, but I do have an aerial view. Ah, yes, so there is an area, if it helps, there's an aerial view in my main proof at page 44, which is the overlay, modern first edition OS onto Google. And I just want to get a wider area plan up before because I want to understand the relationship of the site to those precise points. I'm sorry to take a moment here. Sorry, just give me a moment. Okay, sorry, I'm with you. I apologize for the delay. So on that plan, I understand Mr. Stroud's point about the bridge. Where are the other areas that can I be advised where the other areas of particular impact are? We've identified one from the northwestern part of that view. So there's a clearing on the west side of the lake.
Yes, Mr. Stroud was referring to, if you take the location of the bridge on that plan, his view is that there would be views from before, if you're walking along the avenue towards the bridge, there would be views just before you reach the bridge. Although I think he accepted evidence yesterday you wouldn't have views from the bridge itself, but his view was that could be visibility at points before you reach the bridge.
I don't think that's possible because the Lime Avenue comes right up to the edge of the Serpentine Lake, and the Lime Avenue is oriented almost exactly east-west. Well, that makes sense because Sion was oriented on the cardinal points, and east-west points away at 40 degrees from the site. So the site is set oblique to the axis of the Lime Avenue, which we see from view R, and then you cross the bridge. And the alignment is, you can examine this yourself, ma'am, at your leisure. The alignment is towards the site, and there might be a glimpsing view at that point, but there are trees in the immediate foreground on either side. And then actually the path turns away, and the point of view is to the northeast, at 45 degrees to the site. So you wouldn't see it. And in fact, I'm not sure you would see the proposals from anywhere within that sinuous alignment that Brown created at more than just a glimpse, possibly at the turn in the avenue as it moves from east-west to just going northeast.
Okay, well,
I think it's very limited.
Okay, well, if we sort of agree on potential glimpses, the reality is then, Dr. Mealy, that there would be harm experienced along substantial swathes of the experience of the parkland along the route towards the house, as well as points within the parkland, including the views towards Lions Gate and, as you say, potential glimpses before the ornamental bridge. So regardless of what you say about the scale of the park, there would be potential impacts across a wide area of the park. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, certainly south of the lake, and particularly in the far eastern park of Sion, because as you move further into the scene, the the development would become less prominent on the treed skyline. That's obvious. So it's a zone. I wouldn't say it's extensive necessarily. We haven't been asked to test this, I have to say. There's been a long time when this application was in gestation. And then there's been a 6-month delay. We didn't receive any requests for further view impact testing, which we obviously would have considered because I think it's fair and to describe the approach we take as trying to look at everything we could. That's why we modeled the view. And in fact, madam, the reason we picked the view of the Lion Gate we did to model was because Mr. Spence went there. And that's the point where there's the maximum intervisibility as between the potential development and the gate. We could have picked a point that was on the approach, which would have shown no impact. And we didn't. So, I mean, I'm just not accepting the vast swathes point, really.
Okay, ma'am, that's probably a convenient moment. I've got a little bit left on silent, and then I'll move to Q. I'm slightly behind, but I'm going to see if I can cut down the questions to stay to the limit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We adjourn then until 1:45. Thank you.
I do, yeah. Yeah, sure. Thanks, man.
So welcome back, everybody. Hope you all managed to find something to eat or do whatever you needed to in the lunch adjournment. I've been forwarded from the office some correspondence relating to energy statements and a revised statement of common ground. Has everybody seen that? Yep. Everybody content for me to accept that as it stands? Yep.
We are, ma'am. I think it was, I'm told anyway, it came in Tippins from the GLA,
Yes.
but they were the last signatories, I think, to a...
There was a revised statement of common ground, I think. is it?
Exactly,
Yes.
which just deals with that point, which is about updating pursuant to regulatory changes
Yeah.
in the summer.
Okay.
We're happy.
Okay, if that could be accepted to the library then, please. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Linus then.
Thank you, ma'am. Just a couple of final points on Scion before we move to Q. Dr. Mealy. In your proof, you refer to the management plan for Scion Park and references to future planting, and we now have the £20,000 contribution that's been mentioned in evidence already. Can I just confirm with you whether you've allowed for that in your assessment of harm?
No.
No, okay. So it's not part of your case that needs to come forward to make the impact of the scheme acceptable?
I can't comment on whether or not it passes the SIL tests or not. All I can say, madam, is that I haven't taken the additional tree planting into account in making my formal assessment.
Right, very well. And one has no way of knowing at this stage where that planting might be if that contribution is engaged in any event, Dr. Mealy, do we?
I've not seen a plan, ma'am, that indicates where the trees will go.
Okay. All right. Just to wrap up on Scion, actually, we know you've said there'd be low to medium harm in views from the east. I think we need to add to that your recognition that there'd be, on your case, low levels of harm experienced in the Western Parkland as well, correct?
That's my evidence, yes.
Thank you very much. And then there's a difference, we think, on the approach to be taken to existing development. Your judgment is that it wouldn't be read in the same way as the new development. The inspector can reach a view on that, but you accept that there is existing harm from development, particularly from the QI. I mean, if you can underline that as many times as you like, but if that is to be taken into account in conjunction with the harm that's caused by these proposals, it's right for the inspector to take note that the overall assessment of harm needs to bear in mind you've accepted low to moderate to the east, low to the west, plus some harm from existing development relating to QI. Is that fair?
Yes, if that's a hypothetical point,
very
but
much.
if that's right, the new impact would have to be taken in cumulative in line with the setting guidance. I haven't carried out that assessment and formed a view as whether or not it would also tip up to low to medium, but I think it unlikely.
So the overall assessment needs to somehow combine those three different judgments together, correct?
I'm sorry, I
Okay.
just did miss that.
Yes, the overall judgment on where to pitch harm would need to take into account each of those findings, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Right. I think I'll leave line gate because it's been covered already in the evidence. I'd like to move on to Q.
Mhm.
Hopefully an easy starting point under Q. Top of the tree in heritage significance terms of global importance, correct?
Yeah, I think
Thank you very much.
that was
yeah.
what I wrote in my evidence to
Yeah.
Citron.
Good. It's a happy,
I think the
a happy
Liverpool,
start.
the Liverpool of, well, in days gone by anyway. I'm sorry, it's just after lunch. Yeah, top of the tree. No, I accept that.
Top of the tree. And if we take out the management plan, please, CD 10.1. And if we go, first of all, please, to the summary of the SOU page 27.
Page 7.
Sorry, it's page 27. It's
Oh, I beg your
internal
pardon.
page 27. My 10.1. Just want to run through a few references in the management plan.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Now, it's page 27. My Adobe reader has page 27 as a PDF number, as well as page 27 internally. My PDF reader has the page number, and then it has 29 in brackets out of the total. So I'll give you the bracketed figure from now on.
Is it that?
Yes, that's
Yeah.
it. That's
Thank
it. Again, the short point, Dr. Millet, is that the first sentence, set amongst a series of parks and estates along the River Thames southwestern reaches. A clear indication, general terms, Dr. Millet, the relationship with the Thames and the estates outside Kew, principally Sion, we would say, is an important aspect of OUV.
Yeah,
Correct.
Yeah, yes, I agree with that.
Yeah, and if one goes down into the second quoted paragraph, there is reference to, bear with me. Is it my reference? So I just can't read my pages. Bear with me. I'm sorry, Dr.
No,
Millet.
of course.
Very well, let's leave that. Okay. Now, within the management plan, it deals with attribute 1, the palimpsest of landscape design. If we go on to page 28,
Yes.
under 3.2.1, there is obviously a reference to multi-phase historic design landscape in the first paragraph, and under 3 at the bottom of that page, reference to key surviving physical features of properties historic and cultural landscape include capabilities around landscape design and the HaHa connection to Thames and Sion Park beyond. So accepting that this is a reference to the physical features, it's clear that within the palimpsest of landscape design, the relationship westwards is relevant to understanding the experience of the asset, insofar as it refers to the HaHa connection to the Thames and Sion Park beyond. Correct?
Well, specifically the HaHa connection to Sion Park, which is the Sion Vista.
Yes, but there's general reference to capability brown
yes.
landscape. So again, it's consistent with the recognition in the SOUV itself that these features are relevant to an understanding of the experience of the asset, which includes the relationship with Sion Park beyond. Correct?
Yes, as part of the
Yes.
integrity of the World Heritage Site, and
Yes.
one of the reasons for inscription and its historic interest. Absolutely.
Thank you very much. And if one goes down to point 5 on page 30, relationship with the Thames, and in particular with surviving elements of the Arcadian landscapes of the Thames. So again, another reference within the first attribute to the relationship with landscapes beyond, including Sion Park. Correct?
That's correct.
Yes, thank you.
But I just will add that every time there's a direct connection referred to, it's always through the Sion Vista.
Well, the point 5 is a relationship with the Thames, with surviving elements of the Arcadian landscapes of the Thames. So that includes a general reference, which isn't specific to the outlook. Correct?
I agree. That is
Yes.
a general point about
Yes.
character.
Yes. So the point here that the palimpsest of landscape design isn't restricted to the Sion outlook. Correct? As far as relationship with the Thames and Sion House is concerned, that's right, isn't it?
No, I don't think that is right, actually.
Well, we've
Because if
seen-
you,
sorry.
I'm no, sorry, because if you read the whole of this document, and you look for the many references there are to the Victorian interventions, it's very clear that what was being created was an entirely different sort of landscape that was structured around the main vistas and the greenhouses, and entirely around removing any visual relationship, but creating a very specific moment where one could appreciate an adjoining Capability Brown landscape, but from an area which doesn't have any resemblance to the way it looked in Capability Brown's time.
So I'll come on to other elements in the master plan momentarily, Dr. Miller, but in general terms here, when one's looking at, as you said, with this attribute 1, the palimpsest of landscape design, references to the relationship between Q and Scion are not restricted to the Scion outlook, are they?
Yeah, that is correct.
Okay,
But getting
thank you.
back to the palimpsest of landscape, that can only refer to the landscape within Kew and Richmond Gardens, now all of Kew.
Okay. If one goes on to page 109, just to see how this relationship is dealt with elsewhere in the document, it's Appendix C. It's internal page 109, PDF 111. And under C3, at the bottom right of that page, there's a reference there, 1760s, to George and Charlotte making Richmond Lodge a rural family home, and it recounts the history of the flurry of building activity, extensive landscape redesign in the 1760s, early 1770s, Capability Brown being engaged. And then over the page, 110, explains Brown's work. Work was transformative, sweeping away Bridgman's and Kent's Richmond Gardens. Echoes can be found beneath the later Victorian landscape design. To make the site appear larger, Brown had opened Richmond Gardens fully to the Thames and to Scion Park opposite, which Brown had also designed, removing Bridgman's earlier formal Thameside terrace and installing a ha-ha. In so doing, Brown co-opted the Thames' trademark serpentine water feature, separating Richmond Gardens and Scion Park. So it's clear, isn't it, Dr. Miller, we can go on to gather some other references that, first of all, this work was identified as an important milestone in the history of Kew, correct?
Oh, gosh, yeah.
Yes. And that's generally to be regarded as part of the palimpsest, which had, even before Brown, emphasized a relationship with Scion.
That's correct.
Yes.
As an aspect of its history.
Yes.
But if you turn on a few pages, madam, in the same document to 127, it's not, there's no paragraph numbers, obviously, but right-hand column, last para. Are you there? I'll wait till you get there, man. 127. I only have the hard copies, if you have that. So right-hand column bottom, the following paragraph. The Victorian Gardens struggled with the industrialization of Brentford, so sought to shut out its visual influence by thickening the planting alongside the Thames, fundamentally altering the relationship between the gardens and the Thames. And that point is picked up later in the document. And I just want to give you another reference. Just, I'll pause.
Yeah, so I'll come back to Appendix D on setting, but I'm just focusing on what the palimpsest involves,
okay.
Dr. Miller.
Sure, all right.
You'd
I'll keep a finger in there.
As far as this attribute is concerned, an important aspect of that is the work that was done by Brown and before him Bridgman, which sought to emphasize the relationship with Scion beyond, correct?
That is correct, but
Yes.
that relationship that he envisaged and Bridgman envisaged doesn't survive. It's an aspect of history which is unalterable, and the relationship which was created in the 1870s was an entirely new experience which didn't correspond.
Yes, but
with the landscape treatment that Brown proposed for that area.
Yes, the point is, though, if one's looking at the attribute which relates to palimpsest, it's plainly part of that. Matters may have changed since then, but in understanding the significance of Q and its OUV, it's relevant to look at what has happened in the past, and that an important aspect of that, an important aspect of the palimpsest is the work that I've just described, correct?
Yes, as a matter of its history.
Thank you very much. And if we just take out Mr. Stroud's proof, please, and start off on page 82. Just to cover a point I think you touched on in your presentation earlier.
Is that ID 1.11?
Let me just check. I've only got it in hard.
Oh, what? Thank you, madam. Yes, that's right.
Thank you,
I'm
Doc, you
there.
made it.
And can I have the page reference again, please?
It's internal page 82. I don't know the
Okay.
PDF, I'm afraid.
I'm just going to plug in 82, see what happens. Yes, they
Okay,
correspond.
thank you. So
Okay.
again, in terms of saying what's involved, you had Bridgman's alterations to the terrace, 1729, I think, 34, and a retaining wall overlooking the Thames.
Mhm. That's illustrated, isn't it?
Yeah, and then if one looks on figure 17,
Yes.
again, engraving the view of Sion House towards Kew, 1753, not restricted to the terrace there, obviously. And then if one moves on to, if we go back actually to figure 14, which is an even earlier representation, looking out towards the Thames and Sion House beyond.
What page is that, may I ask?
Page 80, sorry, internal page 80.
Oh, thank you so much. Sorry.
So even before then, the relationship between parts of Kew and Sion had been emphasised as the early 18th century plan shows.
Yes, it's depicted
Yes.
in the background off
Thank
the
you very
axis of that avenue.
Thank you. So, I mean, the point is, Dr. Millet, that these plans show that this palimpsest, an important feature of the attribute of OUV, had central to it the concept of changing historical designs, which emphasized links, including visual links with Sion, and the ability to walk freely to experience them.
Yes, that's true as a matter of historical fact,
Thank
but
you.
the only place from which one can have a appreciation of that at the moment is from the very limited area set up by the Victorians.
Okay, but I'll take that as a starting point. Okay,
Yeah.
right. As far as contribution of setting to significance is concerned, again, staying within the management plan, page 34, PDF, page 36. And when summarizing the contribution that setting makes to OUV, the management plan says that the World Heritage Site has relationships with its setting, which are an integral part of its design. See that at the second paragraph.
Sorry, this is 3.3, page
Yep,
34.
the second paragraph,
Thank you.
left-hand column. Those has a very specific set of relationships with setting, which are integral part of its design, its experience, and therefore of its OUV. Do you see that?
Sorry, no, is it Roman 2?
No, it's the paragraph above it, not Roman 2, but the second paragraph,
Oh,
second written
sorry.
paragraph.
Sorry. Okay.
Apologies.
Okay. Sorry, so let me just read that,
Yeah.
please. Yes.
Okay, so said there that relationships were an integral part of OUV. So again, you accept the general proposition that's being put there, Dr. Mealy, that setting is integral to OUV of Q.
Yes, through the
Thank you.
integral part of design, which is the experience of Sion.
And when one looks at the various points that are identified there, point 4, providing visual and physical relationships westwards of the River Thames, the wider Arcadian landscape beyond, including design relationships with Syon Park, enables modern visitors to appreciate the reason herb that Kew Gardens provides and to see the landscape through a similar lens as the historic designers who worked there. So again, reference to visual and physical relationships west to the wider Arcadian landscapes. These are important elements of the integral contribution that setting makes to OUV, correct?
Yes, including the designed relationship with Syon Park, which in this context can only mean what we see on the ground now.
Well, it's including the designed relationships with Syon Park. The point is made generally here that an integral aspect of OUV is the relationship between Kew and Syon Park beyond. That's a general proposition, that's right, isn't it?
Yes, that's true, and that's the reason Syon is included in the buffer zone, because of its historical associations with Kew.
And the reference there to seeing the landscape through a similar lens as the historic designers who worked there. I think the point there is that, well, an important aspect of the experience of OUV is to help understand what that palimpsest of landscape design may have involved, correct?
May have involved.
Yes.
Yes, that's the only way you can understand a palimpsest, by understanding the degree of change that's taken place.
Very much. And then if one goes on to page 117 in Appendix D, go on to Appendix D, please. And it's PDF 119 at page 117 internally. One sees there the overview of the key elements, characteristics, and attributes of Kew's setting. If one goes on then to page 129 in the right-hand column.
Before we leave 117, I just want to, since we're on it, I want to just pick up something. I think if we're going to talk about setting in section D7, Madam, I would just refer your attention to the top right-hand column on 117. Relative lack of intrusion from the urban environment around it. And then I would go down to the third paragraph, which talks about the... Is that not 117? Sorry. Yes, I beg your pardon, internal 117. Oh, sorry. Yeah. Again, the relative lack of intrusion from the urban environment around it. And then further down, third paragraph, talking about centuries of landscape change, which I think we agree. And it says in the middle of that paragraph, in some instances, an Arcadian setting has been drawn into the gardens so as to make the gardens appear larger, e.g. the relationship with Syon Park and Old Deer Park, which can only mean Syon Vista. Third paragraph is speeding through these almost 3 centuries of landscape design. It's right-hand column, page 117.
Thank you. Before we move on, if we go back up to the top of page 117 you mentioned, so the landscape of the gardens reached early history of the English landscape movement. And it goes on to say, actively supported by the Thames and the parkland to its west and south, and by the relative lack of intrusion from the urban environment around it. And that's a general proposition, isn't it, Dr. Mealy, that even in views out of the World Heritage site, be they from the Syon Outlook or from any other places where one can look out of the boundary, the relative lack of intrusion from the urban environment is an important feature.
Well, no, because there is no other place apart from the gates where you get a clear view out of the gardens. So, I mean, can I be taken to a particular location where that's the case?
Well, no, I'm taking you to the paragraph that you mentioned. This is a general reference given in the overview. I'm going to take you to more detailed points in a moment. but there's a general reference to support from the Thames and the parkland to the west to begin with, and the relative lack of intrusion of the urban environment around. It's a general proposition that's made about something that makes the experience of Kew what it is.
Well, that's true, but always in the context of the managed view created in the 19th century. So you have to read all of the. You have to read all of these extracts.
Yes. Well, I'm just
in terms of the overall
extract that you did. Anyway,
in terms of the overall direction of the plan.
Let's move on to page 129, please.
Okay.
Views and vistas have been the keynote features of RBGQ since the very earliest days of Bridgman's Gardens for Queen Caroline. Successive landscape designers at the site have used these tools to manipulate the experience of the gardens. And then second paragraph, in terms of the contribution to OUV, the site includes the work of internationally famous designers, illustrating significant periods in the 18th and 19th century garden design. Keynote techniques with successive designers who worked at Kew. And then Bridgman's Riverside Terrace ingeniously opened the gardens to the river, which capability Brown later expanded by installing a feature invented by Bridgman, and so connected the landscape already designed across the river at Sion Park. So again, as far as the contribution of setting is concerned, it's clear that the history of views across the Sion, of which Sion Outlook is a remnant, is important to an understanding of this palimpsest of landscape design. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, but then the following sentence in the citation I was just taken to, the celebrated Victorian designer Nesfield used this view again in his Sion Vista, the only landscape feature in the garden that visually references a feature outside the boundaries of RB, Royal Botanic Gardens.
Yes, but
and at the start of that section, left-hand column under the bold text with the parenthesis 2, this is still on 129 internal pagination, the process is called the Victorian reinvention of the site.
Yes, I think
and then it talks about the, as I summarized in my evidence, the two vistas laid out within the National Arboretum, a strong form and legibility to the landscape.
Yes, but when it's dealing with the contribution of setting here, Dr. Mealy, the management plan is at pains to suggest what the history has been in terms of informing your understanding of the palimpsest. That's right, isn't it?
Well, you can't understand the fact that there's nothing left, or there's little left, unless you know what was gone before.
Yes.
That, as I said earlier in my evidence in chief, Madam, and I'm sure as we all know, a palimpsest is not a record of the thing that was originally written. It's the overwriting of the older thing with something new. I mean, that's the potency of the metaphor.
Now, D83 on page 132, another reference. Important to recognize the experience of Kew is not a static one, series of individual views. All the phases of landscape design at the site since the 18th century have been dynamic in their intention. In the third paragraph, Bridgman's Richmond Gardens for Queen Caroline also had a combination of walks and free-flowing areas. Being a far larger scale, also had rides through wildernesses and across open grassland. So again, one doesn't need to read the rest of that paragraph to understand it. In the appendix dealing with the contribution of setting, another specific reference is being made to the history of views across the Sion as part of the palimpsest of landscape design. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, and the next phase in the palimpsest is the following paragraph, which makes the point about the Victorian changes.
Yes, but it's
during the period Kew were for the first time. This is an important sentence, madam, to understand the landscape history. So, yeah, it's fine. I'll take you back, madam. Oh well, it's page 130, I think.
Well, I'm on
130. I'm using internal pagination, which is
yes. I'm on page 130, internal pagination. 132 PDF.
130 internal to the document.
Yeah.
D8 little 3, Roman 3, and I was taken to left-hand column, third paragraph, which was, if you have it, which was another citation that was being taken from the general range of the document to refer to the earlier phases. And before we moved on, I wanted to point out the next paragraph, which begins the Victorian design at the start. And then if you go over to the next column, you see the second line, and this is the point I emphasize. During this period, that is the Victorian period, Kew and Richmond Gardens were, for the first time, conceived of as an entire landscape. Visitor experience was structured by guidebooks and visitor itineraries. So again, every time the 18th century history is mentioned in this document, there is the continuation of the story of the palimpsest to the 19th century, which was transformative.
Yes, I mean, that's really the point, Dr. Miller, in the sense that the Appendix D here, when looking at setting, is specifically acknowledging that there has been a layering here, and part of the contribution that's made by setting is an appreciation of this palimpsest, which included the earlier features of landscape design.
Yeah,
it's mentioning them. It's mentioning them regularly throughout Appendix D, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I just need to be taken to a modern feature, which, apart from the buildings, which demonstrate that landscape character, because I'm not aware that there are any, because the overplanting has been so extensive.
Well, I'm going to come on to the towpath in a moment, Dr. Beale. I'm just looking at the references. I want to take you to under Appendix D for now, but staying with page 130, under the contribution to OUV, walks, promenades, and routes of design techniques that are central to the toolbox used by the Georgian and Victorian landscape architects that were active at the site. So again, under this aspect of the contribution that setting makes to OUV, again, a recognition that one has to take into account the work that was carried out by previous designers. Correct?
Walks, promenades are central to the toolbox. These are the Georgian and Victorian that were active at the site. Yes, and it's referring there not just to things in setting, but actually all of the movement around the site. I mean, none of the main promenades in the landscape today, I believe, are of Georgian origin. The whole network of paths has changed really dramatically.
Yes, we're still relevant here to the attribute, which is the palimpsest of landscape design, which includes previous designs that have been layered over. They're nonetheless relevant to understanding of that attribute, aren't they, Dr. Mina?
Yeah, they're relevant to understanding the loss that's taken place. Yeah.
Well, let's just stick with it. They're relevant understanding the palimpsest,
which is loss. That's right. That's the point of it. Yeah.
Well, then staying in Appendix D, I think the final reference I want to take you to D85 on page 132, internally 134 of the PDF. Kew is one of a series of parks and estates along the River Thames southwestern reaches. Historic and modern relationship with the River Thames is an important aspect of setting. So historic and modern relationship is an important aspect of setting. There, one must look not only at what is there now, but the historic relationship as well, correct?
Yes, as a matter of historical fact.
Thank you. And then second paragraph, the westerly boundary was once the westerly boundary of the historic Richmond Gardens. Here, the relationship with the Thames deliberately opened during the Georgian period. First with Bridgeman's formal terrace, and again, it repeats point we've referred to several other occasions elsewhere. So again, in terms of understanding OUV, and the contribution that setting makes to OUV. Several elements in Appendix D make reference to the previous designs of Brown and Bridgman, which included open walks giving views over to Sion.
That's correct, madam. But if the intention was to translate that earlier experience of the Thames from the park, then the actual management proposals would be different to what they are. And the actual management proposals don't call for the reopening of that relationship. They only call, in fact, they call for the strengthening of the boundary. They only call for the maintenance of the Sion Vista opening. So, and that I think is very telling, because mindful of this rich history of 18th century design, and it's just been demonstrated. There's many, many references to it, and rightly so, because it's a fascinating aspect of cultural history. The authors of this document do not seek to open any of that beyond the one that already exists. So I think that gives all the more force and importance to the structured view, which is the Scion Vista, and contextualizes the historical component of OUV, which, as I said, is just a matter of fact. It's in the past. And the intention of the management plan is not to recreate those relationships outside of the Scion Vista.
Okay.
And that's very clear when you read the document.
But for present purposes, Dr. Mealy, I think you've accepted that this layering of the approach taken by Bridgman and Brown, which involves creating open views from walks over to Scion House and Scion Park, was an important feature of the palimpsest of design, which is reflected in the description of the setting in Appendix D.
Yes, and Madam, I have answered yes to the variations of
you.
that question several times now, and always with
Okay.
the same qualification. There's no point in me giving it again. So
Okay.
I've made the point several times in different ways.
Now, the Thames path then and its role as part of the setting. It's located in the buffer zone. You'll be aware from the operational guidelines that is a buffer zone is to be added where it's necessary for the protection of the OUV. Can you accept that,
Correct.
Dr. Mealy?
Yes.
Yes, and it should include the immediate setting, important views, and other areas or attributes which are functionally important. Do you accept that?
Yes.
Thank you. And its overall purpose is to safeguard OUV, correct?
To support. No, its overall purpose is to support the integrity
Very
of
well.
OUV, and
well.
to some extent, its authenticity.
Very
To
well.
some extent, because authenticity, Madam, is a sort of intrinsic measure of value, and that goes to the comment that we heard yesterday in Chief.
Thank you.
I think from the inscription detail, which says that the boundaries of the site contain all components essential to its OUV, integrity. Sorry. Integrity is a slightly different concept and goes to the point of landscape character in this case, I think. And it's an area of land with obvious historical associations. And I think
Well, the buffer zone that has been identified was plainly intended to serve the purpose of identifying land with a strong relationship with Q and its OUV.
Yes, which supports the OUV. If it was fundamental to OUV, it should have been included in the boundary.
Okay, supports OUV, right. And I think the nomination document, which we can find at Appendix 10 of Mr. Stroud's evidence.
One moment.
I have the hard copy. And it's page one. It's page 177 of the pagination that he's applied to his appendices overall.
Okay. Sorry, we're in the appendices now. Sorry.
Yes, Appendix
Okay.
10.
Is that Appendix Volume 1
or
or
Volume 2?
Thank you.
Volume 2.
And just give me the page reference again.
It's internal page 177. I don't know what the PDF is.
It's a big document. Just give me a moment. It's a really big document.
If you do a word search for nomination, it may take you there.
It's not even open yet.
All right.
Oh, yeah. It was PDF 177?
It may not be. That's the internal page number, I'm afraid.
Well, I'll just tap it in and see where I get.
Yeah, or
Okay.
nomination. So.
Yeah. Oh dear. Okay. Oh gosh. Madam, do you have? Yeah. Well, thank you so much, Madam. I'm sorry, I just can't find it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Do you have page 177? And under
Yes,
the
I have
heading
that.
buffer zone,
Mm-hmm.
says there are important views and vistas into and out of the site, the broader Thames side and parkland setting of the site, and significant and inextricable links between the complex history and the development of the gardens and the adjacent areas. So plainly there, Dr. Mealy, what the nomination document is doing is identifying views and vistas into and out of the site and the broader Thames side and parkland setting of the site as being an important part. So
it is. Can I just ask the
Yeah.
date of this document, just for clarification?
it was
I should know. It's appended to something dated.
it's around 2002 because the site conservation plan that comes
Right,
after
which is
in November
appended to it. Yes,
2002.
okay. So I take that to be the date.
Yes.
I'm also remembering DCMS and its look. But I just note, Madam, that on the facing page 176, can I give this back to Madam to Madam Inspector? It identifies that the consultants who prepared it were Chris Blanford's, who are of course the consultants who prepared the setting section of the World Heritage Site Management Plan.
Well, very well. But the point is that the nomination document was identifying that there were important views and vistas into and out of the site and the broader Thames side and parkland setting of the site. So plainly there, it was identifying views and vistas into and out of the Thames side setting of the site as being important for the buffer zone.
That's true, but the management plan supersedes the nomination paper. And the management plan, Madam, is the thing given weight by HC2 of the London Plan. That's why I asked the date of the document. And I believe the management plan has been through two revisions since the nomination.
Well,
So it's prepared by the same consultants, by the same body, consulting with the same individuals. And that is the up-to-date document that we go to. And it's the one that has weight in the planning system through the operation of policy.
well, it's quite clear that the nomination document that was prepared before inscription, taken into account by government when it was published, which formed the basis for inscription, allowed for important views into and out of the broader Thames side as being regarded as being important aspects of the setting, which contributed to OUV. Correct?
Well, that's right. It did at the time, but
Yes.
it now takes a different view in the form of the management plan. And
Well-
in any case, the view out that's significant is the one we've talked about a lot of times now. So I think my response to this, Madam, is just, another qualification similar to previous questions on the same subject. But as to the weight to be given that, I don't support the idea that can be given any significant weight. The management plan is the thing with the weight.
Okay, we can make submissions about that. And the ICOMOS response to the current application, can we take out ID 2.34, please?
Yes? Oh, sorry, Madam Inspector.
Now, this is the up-to-date position as expressed by advisor to UNESCO. And when it deals with the buffer zone at page 2,
Yes?
records the extent of the buffer zone was proposed in a nomination file approved by government, adopted by the World Heritage Committee. So it plainly recognizing there that there is currency to the buffer zone in the sense that it was specifically adopted and relevant to the inscription of the site, correct?
Correct?
It goes on to say, as noted in the 2000 nomination file, which is the document we've looked at. And then it says, these views across the River Thames are highly important in themselves, have been celebrated in paintings, poetry, and literature since the early 18th century, remaining as one of the last stretches of the river within Greater London to have escaped development. And it goes on again to refer to the nomination file that we have looked at already. So again, I mean, it's relevant for the Inspector and the Secretary of State to note, isn't it, that the advisor to UNESCO, its current position is that an area outside the site, but within the buffer zone, is highly important in providing views across the River Thames, correct?
Yes, but it doesn't mention the towpath in that section.
Well, it's
it-
referring to
Thames
the
Path, I beg your pardon.
2003 nomination file,
Yeah.
which is important views and vistas into and
Mhm.
out of the site and the broader Thames
Yeah.
side. So,
Well, that's true. It doesn't refer to the management plan, actually. I don't think. Let me just check. Which would be, I'm surprised. It would be a bit of an oversight. It must do. I don't see a reference to the management plan.
well, Dr. May, the simple point is that, I mean, ECOMOS advisor to UNESCO
Mhm.
is taking into account the buffer zone, the reason for
Mhm.
its definition and designation to support OUV. And it's recognizing that views, not only those in the park, but outside it and across the Thames, are an important factor in the support to OUV.
Yes,
That's
well,
right, isn't it?
I've agreed with all that, but
Yeah.
you know, the reason for the objection in this letter on OUV grounds is under page 3 analysis, which is based on, I say, an erroneous understanding of visibility from the Sion Vista.
Well, let's just pause
They-
there. Sorry,
sorry.
Dr. Miller, I did stop you.
No, it's all right. And I just repeat the point about I've been reviewing it again. I don't see any reference to the management plan, which I find strange.
Well, it says under the heading loss of location of project in
Okay,
relation
let's
to
see.
World Heritage Property and its buffer zone, PDF page 3.
Yes.
So the Thames footpath runs alongside the riverside of
Yes.
the gardens under reciprocal views between Kew and Sand Park. A still significant area of parkland are highly valued, and it recognises they're altered by capability Brown, but nonetheless, again, ECOMOS is recognising that insofar as the towpath runs outside the gardens, still highly valuable in the context of OUV.
That's what they're saying. But
Yes.
if you turn to the analysis, it's very, very clear. Bottom of page 3, and then over page 4. It's a short paragraph. Effectively, it's 2 paragraphs, in fact. But anyway, the one at the bottom of 3 talks about the borrowed view, and we know what we're talking about there. If you turn the page, it says if the buffer zone, meaning the buffer zone as perceived from within Sion, because that's the only way to construe it, in
Why?
light of the next sentence,
Yeah.
as to views out of the buffer zone, which
yeah.
will certainly be available. So my observation is that they are linking the impact on attribute, and I don't mention attribute, they use criterion, but we know it's their criterion 4 is the same as attribute 1, to the understanding of a visual impact from where we know now there isn't one. And then they distinguish that very clearly as to views out of. There's only one way to construe that drafting.
Well, no.
And then
really,
they have a concern about
specifically-
Arcadian Thames,
No.
but they don't actually say there's harm to OUV as a consequence of those
Well,
impacts.
Okay,
And I don't
let's
think
just-
that's a nice
let's just-
distinction. These are very carefully written.
well, let's just break this down. I mean,
I mean-
we've seen in an earlier part of the document they've made specific reference to the value in an OUV context of the Thames path outside the World Heritage Site. Correct?
Yes.
Yes. And then under analysis, the developments in question are likely to be visible from places within the southern part of the World Heritage property. Okay, so that's the point which was made yesterday. There's a separate question about visibility within the southern part of the World Heritage property.
Yes.
Then it goes on in the paragraph over the page as to views out of the buffer zone. Now, that is mentioned in contradistinction to the first part of the analysis, which relates to views from within the southern part of the World Heritage property. That's the way to read it, Dr. Mealy, isn't it?
Well, I think, madam, you can read it for yourself. It
Well,
seems to me that
I'm asking you, Dr. Mealy.
no, I don't
a
read it
reason-
that. I
yeah.
don't. I'm sorry, I don't read it that way. And actually, I would have if they had any concern about the Thames footpath impacting OUV, they should have said it. I would have expected that.
Well, Dr. Mealy,
And
sorry.
sorry, go on, please.
Read on. As to views out the buffer zone, the developments will certainly be visible
Mhm.
along the Thames footpath.
Well,
So they're plainly expressing concern about the ability of those on the Thames footpath, a highly valued view outside the boundary of the World Heritage Site. It says this would negate the Arcadian Thames character of the Thames footpath, intrude into these landscapes, eroding the purpose of the buffer zone.
But
So I mean, it's plainly intended, Dr. Millet.
no, I don't accept that.
Sorry,
I beg your pardon.
it's plainly intended, isn't it, to be a comment on the ability of the buffer zone to support OUV if you allow these developments to go ahead. Isn't it?
Eroding the purpose of the buffer zone, but they don't say whether the palimpsest of landscape, which is what I've been taken through in this this cross-examination since lunchtime, is affected. In fact, they don't say that. They distinguish the palimpsest of landscape from Arcadian Thames, which is a term of landscape characterization. I mean, Madam, you know, you often get to this point in inquiries where there's just difference of opinion on how a letter should be read. And I've expressed one view and a contrary view has been put to me.
Well, just one more question, and Dr. Millet, happy to make submissions about it, but you're not indicating that when ECOMOS were expressing concern about views out of the buffer zone and developments being visible along the Thames footpath, that they were excluding from their mind the question of OUV of the World Heritage Site?
Well, I am suggesting that actually, because OUV is a very particularly defined thing in the management plan. And so I am suggesting that actually, yes.
Right, very well. Now, in terms of the Thames Pass, a few other questions beyond what ECOMOS have said, and we can make submissions about that. I've taken you through a number of the references in the management plan, including D8, to the way in which the palimpsest is to be understood in a setting context, Bridgman and Brown. I think the point where we probably differ, I want to ask you about it, Dr. Millet, is that the public path as it stands may not be the original towpath or the road, but it follows the broad course of the routes that were historically bound up in the development of the landscape at Kew.
I'd agree that
Yes.
broadly.
Broadly.
Those paths were parallel the
Yes,
river.
and I mean,
Yeah.
it gives, doesn't it, an echo of how the viewer through this palimpsest of landscape design had been placed in the middle of a relationship between Kew and Sion.
No, it doesn't, because those original paths, as I explained in chief, madam, went through a landscape with a particular design, which is different to what you find on the Thames Pass. To be specific, in the Bridgman case, there was an elevated brick terrace in part, but also very formal landscape elements. And in the Brown case, it was through light woodland. Those are not equivalent experiences to walking on the Thames Path. And if the suggestion is, as I think it is, that the Thames Path is some kind of proxy for a Brownian path, then I would, and there's any credibility in that suggestion, I have to say I don't think there is, then I would have expected the management plan to have drawn out that concept because it was fully mindful of the whole of the 18th century legacy. And as we saw, my long cross-examination after lunch took me to those continuous references in the plan. And it didn't occur to anyone drafting the TAP plan or anyone consulted on the plan to make that arrangement or to make that assertion. There's no evidence to support that. And in any case, the experience is very different.
Okay,
and apart from anything else, the capability Brown path was on the inside of a ha-ha, and this is on the outside of it. So, I mean, there's which is a significant difference, obviously.
Okay, so I think the point of difference between the parties and Dr. Millet is that from HE's point of view, the public path as it stands helps you understand what the experience of disappeared phases of the historical landscape would have shown. Appendix D, we say, provides support for that historical landscape being treated as part of the setting that's described in the management plan, despite any absence of a specific reference. You disagree, but if the inspector, notwithstanding what you've said, agrees with the proposition that one can treat this path in that way, if she takes that view, would you accept that there would be harm to OUV arising in similar terms to the harm that would be caused to Sion, if that what you've called a proxy is considered to be credible?
Well, I think, Madam, I mean, I don't know what you'd find on the hypothetical, and you may have already formed your view on the proxy. I don't know, but I'd say that it's a. I won't presume to tell decision maker advisor what they should think. Obviously, if that's the view that's formed, then it would be fair to begin to think about OUV as being more relevant. But that would be in the face of the fact that it's not in the World Heritage Site. If it was so fundamental to OUV, however that's expressed, either directly or by proxy, then it should have been included in the inscription boundary, and it isn't. And if that's the case, after all the work done on the management plan and all of the consultation, deliberately to deal with setting impacts of the kind we're talking about and others, there's no recommendation to treat it in those terms. There's no suggestion or submission made to ICOMOS that the boundary needs to be amended. There's absolutely no evidence to support that. And I think furthermore, I mean, I think the GLA make a very good point, apart from anything else, which is they say, well, apart from anything else, to get from the World Heritage Site, from the towpath, takes a very long time. You know, it isn't as if there's lots of little places you can nip from the towpath into the World Heritage Site. There aren't. There deliberately aren't. There's nothing on that long stretch that opens up. And the only point you can see is with the Sion Vista.
So we know from the representations that Q put in, we can take them out if necessary, that they're concerned about these proposals, that it would remove any intention in the future or any aspirations in the future to open up that relationship.
Yeah, I read that, and it doesn't reference any part of their management plan.
Well,
I mean,
I think
really,
we've accepted, Dr. Mealy, that one can't expect the management plan to cover every circumstance.
No, that's true. But I would expect if Q were saying something in public deliberately varying from their management plan, they should at least recognize that there's no support for them in their management plan. This is an up-to-date management plan, and plans are prepared on the basis of this. The London plan, for example, and the local plan. So a great deal of reliance has to be placed on this plan because it's shaping the form and location of development.
Very well. I've taken you through the management plan and the references that we will rely upon to support what you've regarded as the proxy. But can you just get back to my question? I'm not sure you answered it actually. I mean, if this proxy, as you put it, or if what we've described as the public path helping to understand what the experience of previous phases of the palimpsest would have shown, if that's accepted by the inspector or the Secretary of State, you accept, don't you, that would involve harm to OUV?
If the path is treated as in the World Heritage Site, and there's harm to the experience of the past, then that would lead to harm to OUV.
I'm not suggesting specifically that it's within the boundary. It's the point that even as matters stand, the point that's being advanced by EHE is that route, as it is along the public path, notwithstanding that it's outside the boundary, albeit it's within the conservation area, it helps allow for an understanding of what the experience of the landscape palimpsest would have been in history. Okay, if that is accepted by the inspector or the Secretary of State, you would accept, wouldn't you, that that would engage harm to OUV?
No, because of the way you phrase it, the experience, it doesn't contribute directly to OUV. It could be a point that would reduce, I suppose, marginally the perception of OUV, but it's contributing to an experience. It's not a direct component of OUV.
Okay, so if it reduce the perception of OUV, that would be a factor that would essentially involve harm to OUV, wouldn't it? Because you're reducing the perception of OUV.
Yes,
Yeah,
on the proposition that's being put to me,
Yes.
which I think is a proposition in no way supported by any of the evidence.
Okay, well, we have your view, and the Inspecting Secretary of State
Well,
can take into account. But
we have the evidence of the management plan. Sorry,
well,
we have the evidence of the London plan.
Well, I'm
giving
not going to
support
go
the
through the management plan again, Dr. Mealy, but just confirm finally, please, if the inspector accepts that approach to the palimpsest and setting that I've taken you through, you accept that there would be harm to the OUV.
If the path conveys OUV to the same extent as other parts inside the World Heritage Site, then there would be, but it doesn't. And there's no evidence for it or support for it in policy.
Okay. Now, just did a couple of quick points on the ferry gate, please. We know that the wood south of the Outlook became an entry and exit to the gardens after that gate entrance was built in 1872, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. I think you accept, don't you, that alterations were made to paths to link the Isleworth Gate with the rest of the grounds?
Correct, yes, because it
Okay.
was a public point of access, yes.
Thank you very much. And again, we can take out the work Dr. Rutherford prepared. You've obviously read it in detail. I mean, would you accept, in the interest of saving time, the architect was plainly aware that the site was a conspicuous one which faced the windows of Sion House?
I think that can be inferred.
Yes, I mean, just
actually
to take
only from some of the drafting. But if you take me
Yes.
to a specific citation,
Okay, if we go to
by the way, I'm in 8.7.
yes, that's the
Okay.
one, 8.7.
Mhm.
And if you go to internal page 15, PDF page 16.
Oh, these are the documentary sources.
Hmm.
Mhm.
And this is the correspondence, PDF 16, discussions and construction of the gate. And one sees, yeah, okay, so it's PDF page 16, ma'am.
Sorry, was that 15 or 16? Sorry.
Internal 15, PDF 16. Okay, do you have that, ma'am? That's under a heading. It says 622, 1871 discussions. And letter to George Russell, Chief Secretary to the Office of Works. Reference there to the spot being in the centre of the finest reach on the Thames. Clear recognition of the importance of the location, Dr. Mealy, general terms.
Yes.
And then if one goes down to the bottom of page 15, except the transcription here isn't precise, but there's reference to request for a less obtrusive structure should be substituted, that's shown in the drawing, more capable of being both conspicuous, being as attractive as an entrance. So again, there's relevance to the conspicuous nature of the
Mhm.
entrance. Now, if one goes over the page, the site of the entrance is in the very centre of one of the most celebrated and beautiful reaches of the Thames,
Mhm.
and it immediately faces the windows of Sion House.
Mhm.
And then it goes on to say it'll be perched upon a very conspicuous object, I think objectional one for the view. So clearly concerns being raised at the time.
Mhm.
But it's clear, isn't it, Dr. Mealy, that the correspondence shows an awareness at the time, which indicates how the siting and design of the gate was important because of its location on this reach and because of the importance of views towards Sion from this location.
Yes, it does. I summarized that in evidence with reference to the oral evidence with reference to the main body of the report.
Thank you very much. We know that the gate was specifically marked in OS maps of the time. You accept that?
Yes, it is. I've
Yeah.
seen it marked.
And the management plan notes how the gate was part of the particular history of the changing use of the site.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And the management plan also recognised that the Victorians placed gates with reference to external landscapes. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, but it would be good to take me back to the first citation, actually, that I sort of breezed
Okay.
across and
If we-
agreed.
if we
because
go back-
I've searched out all the references to Ferry Gate. So where was
Right.
that reference, please, in the management plan?
If we go back to CD 10.1 to the management plan. And we go to page 136, which is PDF 138. That's under D86.
Yes, and so the question, I'm sorry, Matt, I don't know if you
I'm
found
just
it.
taking you to
The
the
question was
reference
on the
report.
right-hand column,
Yes.
middle paragraph, wasn't it? To enable?
Beginning with that, yes.
Mhm.
And it says its gateways map a particular history of the changing use of the site, with some, such as the King's Steps, referring to closed-off
Mhm.
pathways, others falling out of use with changing modes of transport, such as Isleworth Ferry Gate.
Mhm.
So again, and there's the separate reference to Victorians placing gates with reference to external landscapes, which we can go to on page 138.
Well, I mean, yes, but all that says is it refers to different modes of transport. So it's
Yes.
documenting a kind of sort of social historical component.
Well, the first bullet point on 138 says the gates have been intentionally placed with reference to internal and external landscapes. So the general reference there to how gates have been placed with reference to external landscapes.
Sorry, which paragraph is that? I don't see that in
On
that
the
paragraph.
first bullet point on the left, page 138.
Oh, okay. Sorry, 138. I beg your pardon. First bullet point. Yes.
Okay, so
Yeah. I mean, yes.
Hmm.
I mean, there's no particular. I mean, we accept that this part of the Thames is attractive, but there's no particular reference there to aesthetics.
No,
Intentionally
thank you.
placed with reference to the internal external landscapes. Well, yes, obviously, because they're gates. Several were designed by Decimus Burton. This one wasn't. And this one isn't identified as part of the iconic architectural legacy.
Thank you. Now, obviously, the inspector will take a view on visibility. Just to confirm your position, from locations taking in the ferry gate, do you accept at least glimpsed views at the very least of the proposals?
I think May is the furthest I'm prepared to go.
Okay.
You may get some glimpsed views, yes.
Thank you very much. And in terms of that visibility, I mean, it's right, isn't it, Dr. Mealy, that views of the proposals, if they are obtained, would have an effect on the relationship between the park and the sense of otherworldliness related to the outside world and its relationship with Sion across the water?
No, I don't accept that. That's a general proposition. It would depend very much on the nature of the any visual impact, and I believe that Historic England's witness agreed that visibility doesn't equate to harm as a general proposition. So I don't accept that point, no.
No, but insofar as views out towards Sion House are characterised by an absence of built development, which supported the relationship between Kew and Sion as part of the Arcadian stretch of the Thames, views of modern development through the ferry gate would interrupt that contribution as viewed through
No,
the ferry gate.
I don't accept that. No, that's a general proposition. No. And I mean, nobody's modeled such a view. No.
Okay, thank you. Now, just bear with me while I check my notes. Yeah, just one final point on Kew. You will know from previous inquiries that the issue's been raised about detractors viewed from within Kew, including Haverfield Towers, as well as others, in relation to proposals for schemes such as Citron and Albany Riverside. I mean, you'd accept, wouldn't you, that in other parts of the gardens, there are detractors that would be treated as already harming the significance of Kew, and notwithstanding that Citron and Albany were granted permission, there was an acceptance of at least some degree of harm from those proposals as well, correct?
I accept that's a valid approach, yes,
Yeah.
in relation to those specific schemes.
And I mean, again, in this case, insofar as the inspector agrees with Heritage England and others, Historic England and others, that there would be a degree of harm from points within the World Heritage Site. It would be relevant for the inspector and the Secretary of State to note that the location of the points that have been discussed in evidence are in an area where you can still retain the experience of significance without any detractors.
Yes, but there is no harmful influence in those areas.
No,
as has been demonstrated
yes.
pretty convincingly, I think.
Well, I mean, the position of Historic England and others is different, that there would be a degree of harm, albeit at the lower end of the spectrum as far as views out from within the World Heritage Site are concerned.
Well, I appreciate that,
Yes.
but I haven't seen the evidence of that. But
well,
okay.
Anyway, but I just want to understand
well.
your approach. Let's assume that the inspector and the Secretary of State accept that, even at a low level of harm. In general terms, the approach to take to that, it's relevant, isn't it, that this harm would occur in an area of the gardens where previous schemes have not, there's been no previous schemes which have caused harm to the gardens.
On this impossible hypothetical, yes.
Thank
But
you.
there is no harm.
Okay, thank you. Finally, just deal with Gillette briefly, please. I think in your evidence, you accept that views of the Gillette building at the moment allow it to be distinguished as a landmark across the wider area, correct?
Accept that, yes?
Thank you very
Yes,
much.
sorry.
And its purpose was to command this corner of the Great Western Road and Scion Lane as well, correct?
Purpose was to command it. Yes, it was meant to have a
Yes.
commanding presence. Yes.
Thank you very much. And the extent of clear sky around its tower contributes to its landmark role,
Yes,
doesn't it?
I accept that.
And that applies not only to views from the Great Western Road, but also from Scion Lane, correct?
Scion. Yes, from Scion Lane.
Thank you
Yes,
very
from the
much.
south. Oh, west, east. Beg your
Yeah.
pardon.
And I think you accept, don't you, that the proposals, including views, view A that's included, and you went through in your evidence.
Sure.
You'd accept that, notwithstanding the detailed design of those buildings, there would be a degree of impact on the commanding landmark quality of Gillette Tower as such.
Can you take me to the part of my evidence where I say that?
You said it retained a skyline presence in your evidence,
Yes.
but you would accept,
It
wouldn't you,
does.
that insofar as it has a commanding landmark quality, the scale of development, including on view A, by reducing the sky, at least has some negative impact. One can be a disagreement over the extent of that, but it's some negative impact on its commanding landmark quality.
Yeah. Can I just be taken to my written evidence where I've said all these things out, and you can tell me where I say that?
No, I don't think you haven't. I'm asking.
Okay.
putting
Well,
the
in
point
that
to
in
you.
that case, it isn't my evidence. Sorry.
So I'm putting
Yeah,
the
my
point
written
to-
evidence and my oral evidence are pretty well aligned. So if I'm going to be put a point like that, you say, then I need to be told where I say it in written evidence.
Apologies, Dr. Mill. I'm putting the point to you. Insofar as you accept that Gillette Tower would have a commanding landmark quality, emphasised by the open sky around it, that would be affected to a degree by the bulk of development, both on the Homebase site and the Tesco site, through the reduction of open sky around the tower.
Yeah. It would be impacted to a degree, but I don't think the effect would be harmful, because the commanding presence of Gillette is not just the tower. It's, as I explained in oral evidence and is in my written evidence, it's a very broad and commanding building in its own terms. In answer to the question, was it commanding? I said its purpose was it had a commanding presence, I said a few moments ago. And it does. And I don't think that's affected.
Okay. Difference in
notwithstanding changes to skyline profile. The test is not the tower. The test is on the whole listed building. And the whole of the listed building gives a base for that tower. You appreciate the two of them together.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Mealy.
You're
We'll
welcome.
take up other matters with Mr. Fonon. Thank you.
I'm very conscious of the time. Do you still think your questions be about a quarter of an hour or so?
Hopefully less.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Do you need a break or anything?
No, I'm fine. Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. Yeah.
Dr. Mealy, good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Good
Have I
afternoon.
pronounced it correctly?
Yeah, Mealy.
Mealy.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
So I'm Barbara Striak. I'm from the Austerley and White Green Residents Association, and I'm here with two of my colleagues. Now, we don't have, we're not town planners, we're not architects, we're not lawyers, we're residents. And in fact, I've calculated that between the three of us, we've lived in the area for 148 years. Which I think gives us some authority in speaking about our area. I wanted to concentrate on two aspects, and this is, or one aspect actually, which is the degree of harm to two buildings, and that's the Gillette building, which we've just been talking about, and the Scion Clinic, which is the former Coty factory, both of which are Grade 2 listed. Now, I found the This is CD 11.6, which is the addendum to Heritage Statement of Common Ground. Very useful, because that's the one which has got the table which compares the levels of harm between the applicant, the council, and Historic England, and it covers all of them. And for both the Gillette building and for the Scion Clinic, I think the applicant has stated, and you have stated, that there would be no harm.
Yes, can I just pause? Can you give me the reference again so I
Yes,
can go
it's
to the document?
11, it is CD 11.6.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt. It's just that I need to go to documents I'm being asked.
And it's a
questions about.
3-page document.
Yes, is it CD 11.6 you said?
Yes.
Is that right?
Mhm.
Thank you very much. There it is, it's opening. Yeah.
So on page 3,
Yes?
you can see that for the Gillette building, according to the applicant, there is no harm. According to the council, there is low, less than substantial harm. And according to Heritage, Historic England, medium, low, less than substantial harm.
Sure.
And for the Scion Clinic, for the applicant, no harm. For the council, low, less than substantial harm. And for Historic England, low, less than substantial harm, the same.
Yes.
So if we can start with the Gillette building. Now, Mr. Linus has asked you about that. I wanted to refer to Hounslows Independent Design Review Panel, their report from January 21 on the Tesco site. So this is CD 4.11.
Ah, okay. Oh, sorry.
CD 4.11,
Yeah, just give me a moment.
4-page document.
Yeah, this is 28th January
that's right.
2021. Is that
And
right?
if you go to page 2,
I just want to make sure I have a hard copy of one and not of the other. So just hold on a second, please. Yes. Okay. Page 2. Thank you.
so if we go to page 2, protecting heritage at
Sure.
the bottom of the page. So if I can read that out. The
Yes.
scheme is more successful in how it responds to its sensitive southern and western edges. The step down in scale from blocks to townhouses is a move that we support. However, you need to be mindful of how you are protecting the broader heritage context, in particular the Gillette Tower and the protected views from the parks. There is concern about the unremitting nature of development, characterized by ranks of buildings with sizable footprints and its impact on the wider townscape. The fly-through animation indicates that there isn't a balanced relationship between ground, built form and sky, which is necessary to prevent the development feeling overbearing to the human scale. Although we are supportive of how the design distinguishes between taller elements with lower linking blocks, we note that these blocks are themselves still high and feel that there is still too much development for this strategy to be successful. Although you have highlighted a protected view from the meander through to Gillette Tower, our advice is that the tower is not visible from most of the development. There is a need for more delicate townscape shaping that carves and shapes mass in response to important sight lines and protected assets. It may be possible to redistribute density with a different deployment of height with clusters of slender towers, thus bringing it closer to the London Borough of Hounslow's original strategy. This may help to create more space at ground level and improve townscape legibility. However, we would still be concerned about the effect on Gillette and the views from the parks, so would require view testing. Now, I think I heard you say this morning that the development on the Tesco site would be an enhancement to Gillette.
Yes, I did. I identified some harm to Gillette from the distant
And
loss
this,
of prominence in distant views. I identified a benefit to Gillette in other respects.
so what is your reaction to this rather critical comment from the Hounslow Design Review Panel, which is made up of eminent architects and urban designers?
They express particular in relation to the Gillette Tower protected views from the park. They don't explain particularly what aspect of the building's significance is, and I make no criticism, but it's not their job, is harmed. And then they are critical of the fact, I think as I understand this, that they would like to see, in effect, more views of Gillette opened up from the scheme. I think these are probably not questions to have put to me on that second point anyway. The design review panel is entitled to express its views. They haven't carried out what I can see as a heritage assessment. Those are my comments. They're not a statutory consultante with specialism in heritage. They're entitled to a view.
And the heading to that section is protecting heritage.
I know that is the heading, but then there are more general comments, aren't there, Madam Inspector, in relation to human scale and more point blocks and distinguishing them from lower blocks and so forth. So whilst the heading is protecting heritage, that's clearly a wide-ranging set of comments.
So yes, so we will be discussing this in more detail at the character and appearance roundtable. But I think you'd agree that this is not exactly. It wouldn't suggest that that the development would enhance Gillette.
No, I've explained my evidence why I do.
Okay, thank you. If we could move on to the Coty building.
Okay.
If I can take you to AVR London's visualization. So this is CD 10.51.
Yes. Yes.
And if I can take you to view D on page 50.
Yeah. Yes.
So I would like you to explain to us why you feel that the home-based development there the development on the home-based site there would cause no harm to the Coty building.
Because as I explained in my evidence in chief, Madam, I think the Coty building has a particular scale and architectural character, which is best appreciated from in closer quarters. And in closer quarters, you see it raised up on a sort of slight elevated area, and it has a degree of prominence. It doesn't have, in my judgment, the sort of striking skyline that other buildings of this date and vintage have. It has a pretty simple orthogonal geometry, which has been relieved by architectural details, which, are attractive in themselves, but as I said, are appreciated from closer quarters. I wonder if I shouldn't really ask a question of someone cross-examining me, but I have a question about the extension to it. Is that part of the original building on the top? I'd always understood that was a later extension.
I understand. I think that it is a later extension.
Yeah, it looks like it is, isn't it? Oh, I just want a clarification on that point.
So can I take you then to Historic England's proof of evidence? So this is ID 1.11.2.
Mm-hmm. ID 1.11.2. Okay, you just have to give me a moment. You have the references out. So it's Stroud proof, yes. There it is. Which page?
Page 179 in the paper copy. It's paragraph 6.156.
I'm on page 179. Thank you.
Yep. Okay. So at the bottom, 6.156, Mr. Stroud makes the point that, for instance, while appreciating frontal views of the symmetrical Westlink house or moving past it from these, the sign clinic would be seen against the 17-story flank of the 60-meter corner of the home-based proposal and its towers receding to the south. And I think the point that he's making there, and I think that we would reiterate, is that most people who will be going past this building will be driving past it. There's not many people walking along the Great West Road nowadays. There should be more people cycling, but most people will be driving. So they're coming at it from lower down Boston, from the Boston Manor interchange. Yes. They're coming uphill. They're seeing the Coty building, and behind it, they would see this huge block, this huge number of tower blocks, which would impact on the view that they have of it. So how do you justify your assessment that there would be no harm?
I mean, if you're driving,
taking that into account.
If you're driving by it, let's assume it at normal speeds, but even going more slowly, my experience, because I've been in the car going in that direction, I've been across the road too on foot and in different positions, is that that's flank elevation, which points to the north here, doesn't it? Doesn't really have a significant or impressive skyline presence until you get much closer to it. It's the same point, really, that I made earlier in answer to your question. And that's my answer.
Okay, thank you. I think the inspector has been on a site visit and has heard that we might not agree on that, and will obviously take a view on that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay,
That's
thank
it.
you. Here's mine. I don't know where mine are. One question I had was to do with the Homebase building, and I've seen reference somewhere to I can't remember if it's you or the council about that it should be considered as a non-designated heritage asset.
Yes, I identify that, Madam. For your reference, at my para 10.36, 10.36, and 10.37. So I acknowledge that it's fair to treat it like that.
But is it recognised as a non-designated heritage asset on the council's environmental record or anything like that?
I can't help you there, Madam. I'm sorry.
It's
I don't.
just a view that you've
just
come to. It's
yes,
not an official view.
I'm sure Mr. Froneman can clarify the point. I don't know, passing the buck, but I mean, I formed a view without consulting that record.
Another question related to a paragraph. Oh, here, right on top. 6.53. Of your proof.
Yes, Madam.
You say there's no setting impact on Scion House or the Scion RPG from the World Heritage Site because of the lack of meaningful intervisibility.
Well, that's possibly just a drafting error, actually, because that's consistent with the rest of my evidence. Let me just read the no, put a red line through it. I'm sorry. Let me just read the context. 6.53. Yeah. I'm wondering if there isn't that isn't about yes, I know. I think that's in the context of views of Scion House from the World Heritage Site.
But you say,
from within it, I think.
But you say there's no setting impact on Scion House or the RPG from the World Heritage Site.
Yes.
So that includes the lawn or the outlook or whatever, and the vista. And you say because of the lack of any meaningful intervisibility.
Yes. Yes, so I think what I'm saying is that I have not identified any land within the World Heritage Site where you can see Scion and where you would see the proposals overtopping it in the way that they do from the Thames. That was my intention in drafting that paragraph.
It's not referencing the buildings or anything. It's just looking at setting and whether it's involved in the setting and the contribution.
Yeah.
Have I misunderstood
No.
the purpose?
No, you haven't. Unfortunately, the drafting should be that there is no impact on the ability to appreciate Scion House from any part within the World Heritage Site because there is no. Is that sorry? Is that clear?
So you're saying there is meaningful intervisibility?
No, because of the lack of it.
Intervisibility, but it's not meaningful.
Well, I mean, when I wrote this evidence, Madam, remember I had Mr. Spence's view, which was asserting some visibility from a part of the World Heritage Site, which I wasn't sure existed, and we tested it, and that's really what I had in mind, and that's where the meaningful visibility. And I also, and I think I might have mentioned earlier, after the lunch break, that in relation, for example, to the ferry gate, I don't rule out the possibility there might be some visibility, but I just haven't been able to identify any. Right. So, yeah, well, meaningful. I mean, just lack of intervisibility, I think, because none has been demonstrated or evidenced.
So you're saying you can't see Scion House from within the World Heritage Site?
No, the development together with Scion House from within the World Heritage. Yes, sorry.
That's what I was saying about the context of the paragraph is just about setting.
Yes.
You can see.
Yeah, I understand that. Yes, that's right. That last sentence needed more context. It's in the section on the World Heritage Site as a setting component. So
Yes,
I-
I understand that, but it doesn't say about the not being able to see the buildings behind. You're just talking about Scion House and there being no intervisibility.
well, that would be wrong because there is intervisibility from the Thames path,
That's
which is
what I
why you picked
understood,
up on
which-
it. Yeah.
yes.
So just to be clear, and it's a
So I
fault
wanted
of
to understand
drafting.
what you were getting at.
Yeah,
with
what I
that.
was getting at there was that within the World Heritage Site, where you see Scion, you don't see the proposals.
I understand.
Sorry.
I understand that.
Yeah, okay. That's what I intended in that sentence.
Right, no, so the other question's been answered when you in your evidence in chief. That's it. Thank you.
You're welcome, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you. I haven't got very many, but we will just need to nip back through a couple of documents. Forgive me, Dr. Mealy, at the end of the day for that. I'm going to take them in the order, ma'am, that they were asked in, which I hope is helpful. The first point goes right the way back to the beginning of the cross-examination by Mr. Linus. Dr. Mealy, do you remember you were asked about the principle or the general proposition? Do you remember that what is significant is what is harmed or affected, not that part which is unaffected? Do you remember
Yes,
that point?
I
And you
remember- I
said yes
recall
as
that,
a
yeah.
general proposition.
Mhm.
And it was put to you 2 or 3 times because at the end of each occasion you said, though it's something to which one has regard. And in that connection, you mentioned section 66, you remember, of the
Yes.
of the Act. I'd just like to explore that one stage further, I think, in the light of the qualifications that
Mhm.
you made to each answer. So focusing on what is harmed, but also taking into account aspects of significance that aren't touched as contextual points is the topic that I'm picking up. Can you just give us an example of that?
When in the generality, or
Yeah, just a general example first of all, then I've got a particular
Sure.
point for you.
I mean, well, if you're dealing with a listed building, for example, development proposal might remove parts of it, but leave the larger part of it unaffected, and in which case, you would have to have regard to what's left.
Yes.
Similarly, if one looked at it on a landscape term, in the case of Scion, for example, where one part of it has been developed as a hotel, one's had regard to, I presume when they made that decision, that the larger part of the parkland was unaffected. And it must follow by logic that where you have an element of setting, which is affected, that surviving elements of setting remaining unaffected is relevant to ascertaining the overall degree of impact. And that must be right because Section 6 applies equally across setting impacts and the impact of development that you're seeking operational permission for.
Yes. I want to cut, you mentioned, I think, the decision letter that you were taken to,
Mhm.
the one for development, you remember, ma'am, that Mr. Fagan, I think, decided.
Oh, yeah.
And I'll come to that because it does cast a bit of light on this subject. But I'd just like to put the answer that you gave in the context of reaching an overall judgment on the impact of a scheme on the significance of an asset.
Mhm.
So what you have all done, all three of you, have reached your own judgments about the degree of impact of the schemes on the significance of, say, Scion House as a Grade 1 listed building.
Yes.
Yeah?
Mhm.
Now, when you're seeking to situate the degree of harm on the spectrum of less than substantial harm, what is it that you're assessing? The degree of what degree of harm in relation to what?
Well, in relation to the significance of the asset as a whole.
As a whole, okay. And I think that's right. If you just take us back to, do you remember the decision letter, which was ID 1.11.3, I think, because it was one of the appendices to Mr. Stroud's proof, I think, wasn't it?
Which appendix?
And that was in Appendix Volume 1?
It was, yes, ID 1.11.3.
Then which appendix, sorry?
Appendices Volume 1.
Yeah, then which appendix?
HE03.
3.
And
Yeah.
digital.
page 9 of 137.
Oh,
Do you see it says Appendix HEO3 Inquiry Decision on the
oh yes,
upgrade
yes.
long-term?
I'm at the cover sheet.
Yeah, that's the cover sheet. If you go through to the decision itself and have a look at decision letter paragraph 14. Remember this? You remember
Yes,
you remember
I
what
was
the
taken here. Yeah.
Yeah, do you remember what the scheme was in this case and where it
Yeah.
was, broadly speaking, inside Cyan?
Mm.
If you look at 14,
Hmm.
it talks about contribution of setting. Do you see a third sentence? However, setting is not confined to indivisible views, grand setting of the house, Brown and Adam, etc. And the inspector concludes, as such, the proposal would adversely impact on its setting. And then what does he do in the sentence after?
Well,
and to what extent does it relate to your?
Well, he then contextualizes that impact on setting, and therefore on significance. He contextualizes it with reference to the rest of the house, making the point that in terms of its overall significance, a very large part relies on its Adam interiors and historic fabric, which are unaffected by the proposals.
Yeah.
And that is actually, I agree entirely with that. I mean, Cyan is really known in the history of art because of the Adam work on the inside and the Great Marble Hall. That's why art historians visit it.
Yes.
Actually.
Thank you. Rest of that, ma'am. I think submissions probably. That's all I need to go back to you on in terms of the evidence on that point. The second point, very brief, development of London as the context. Remember, you were asked about your new urban form, paragraph 3.30 of your proof, and there was a discussion about how the opportunity areas themselves, it was put to you, had a heritage protection or preservation aspect to those policies, and there was reference to HC1 and HC2. Do you remember?
Yes.
In that. I want to go, though, to SD1, because it's the other one that's obviously directly relevant to the point you were being or that you raised in the context of the questions. That's a policy SD1, ma'am, of the London plan.
Yes.
That's the opportunity areas policy. That's CD 6.2.1, I think.
6, and then give me the reference again. Sorry.
I think it's
6.2.1 is London Plan, and
SD1.
Oh, thank you. Yes.
It's taking me an age to get there. Sorry. So this is broken up into
many limbs.
It's the first, thankfully, of the broken up parts of the London plan here. You're familiar with this, I know,
yes.
Madam, as well as
Dr.
Mealy is. So it's broken up into sections, isn't it? Subsections, SD1, opportunity areas. There are the overall things that the mayor would like the opportunity areas to realise at A. And if you go through to B, we'll get into more kind of directional guidance to boroughs for writing their plans and making decisions. What do we see? How does the mayor put the role of heritage in B4?
Well, to recognise the role of heritage in placemaking, and I don't see anything in the B policies that preclude the fact that there might be some harmful impact on heritage.
There might be what, sorry?
Might be harmful impact on heritage. I'm just confirming that, rereading it.
Yeah. And obviously one reads the London plan, as we're always told, as a whole, and we have the protection policies or the HC1 and HC2 in relation to heritage. But the point I just want to be absolutely clear about is what you say about the London plan opportunity areas in that overall context. Are they areas where harm is to heritage through opportunity area development should be avoided and excluded?
No, not on that drafting. And I think that fact, the omission of that and the positive role of heritage is, I think, a recognition, Madam, of the special role that opportunity areas play in the delivery of London's needs. And I think that policy citation is consistent with the point I was making in that part of the evidence that I was taken to early in the cross-examination.
And I just want to put that together with one other reference, ma'am. Sorry, it won't take a moment. If you go to in the same general set of core documents, ma'am, 6.2, but instead of 6.2.1, 6.2.48. That's the one to which you made express reference, I think, in your cross-examination. So that
yes,
is
HC1.
HC1. And I'm interested to look at what guidance is given by the mayor in the explanatory text to that policy. So if you go to page 7 of 10, ma'am, in the PDF.
Okay, 7.1.3, I think.
7.1.3, you're right, at the top of page 7 of the PDF. What guidance does that give about how one should approach heritage when you're reading the whole London plan?
Let me just have a quick reminder.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's consistent with the opportunity area planning policy, because 7.1.3 is guidance on the role of heritage and I guess they call it inclusive placemaking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think in this particular context, someone's looking at heritage assets like Sion and Osterley and so on, and an opportunity area from which tall buildings might be visible. That first sentence beginning ensuring the identification of sensitive management,
Yes,
in tandem with the promotion of the higher standards of architecture, will be essential too.
Yeah.
And what does the mayor? How does the mayor characterise what's coming?
blending of old and new that contributes to the capital's unique character, which again is the general point I was making in that paragraph that I was cross-examined on.
Thank you. Next point is just, I think, it's a point of clarification. So you were being asked about the western landscape. This is at Sion, yes. In that first section of questions, and it was being put to you in relation to ID 111.3. Let's get that open again. Sorry, this is so jumping around, man, but it's inevitable, I'm afraid.
This is Historic England's proof appendices.
Yep, hang on.
Was that the appeal decision again?
Yes.
Yeah.
ID 111.3. You were being asked about the design intent. Do you remember?
Yes, I do.
And how if part of it was an illusion, then that was a critical part of the design, and it went to significance and the potential impact of things outside on that significance. Do you remember that series of questions?
Yes.
And I just want to go back to, again, that example that we have in ID 111.3 of an inspector relatively recently looking at potential impacts on Sion itself. So within that decision letter, if you go to paragraph 12, which I think you were asked about.
Yes. Never-ending Arcadian landscape.
Yeah, sorry, just give me one moment because I've lost it again. Yes, so at 12, remember the point that was being put to you was, this was all in the context of the setting impacts, obviously we're debating here, that the design intention was the never-ending Arcadian illusion. Do you remember?
Yeah.
Now, if one looks at what the inspector says in 12, Sion Park is typical. Do you see that sentence?
Yes, typical of
Sion
Brown's
Park
work.
is typical of Brown's work in that he has created by these interventions the illusion of a never-ending Arcadian landscape in what is a modestly sized area of only 26 hectares in this western side of the park. So is the inspector here talking about creating an illusion inside Sion Park or inside and outside Sion Park?
Inside Sion Park.
And he goes on, I think this is also relevant to the question, that same set of questions you were being asked about, to talk about, because of where this particular proposal was, the Lion Gate. Do you see that? And he says at 13, ma'am, DL 13, However, it is atypical of much of Brown's work, which is generally exclusive, enclosed landscapes designed to show off the owner's wealth and prestige. And why? Because the Lion Gate allows fairly extensive views into the park from the public highway.
Yes.
Now, reading that and just reminding yourself of what else he says in that paragraph, is the inspector identifying a more general point about Arcadian illusion extending beyond the Lion Gate?
It's the point I think I made in answer, which is the gate about showing off to the outside world, people looking in.
And you, in the course of your answer there, you referred to a contrast with the concept of world apart. We know that's an issue that we're debating even in this inquiry at Kew. Is that approach, world apart, referable to Scion Park, in your view?
No, and there's nothing in the inspector's decision to suggest that.
Right. Okay, thank you. Nearly there. Next one is one reference to your proof. So again, this man was in the context of questions asked by Mr. Linus about Scion, and you were taken to, this might seem, I'm sorry, ma'am, but a sledgehammer to crack a nut, but I just want to be absolutely sure about this. 6.64, which is on page 49 of Dr. Mealy's proof.
Yes.
And it was put to you that in that paragraph you say that the effect would have a low to moderate harmful impact. Do you remember that? So if you read the whole of that sentence, the effect you're saying is having a low to moderate harmful impact on what?
On these points which have been modeled in the moving sequence.
Right.
Sorry, can you say that again?
Yes, madam. The drafting is quite clear. A low to moderate harmful impact on the ability to appreciate the significance of Scion House and RPG from these points.
Yes.
And those are the modeled points. So I'm in that drafting, I'm distinguishing those points which are impacted from others which are not.
If you turn over the page, what do you go on to conclude about the overall harm on significance to Scion?
There's a low level of less than substantial harm overall to the park and the house.
And I don't think it was being suggested that was your overall conclusion in relation to impact on Scion House, but that's what you say in 65 and
66.
665.
Yeah, no, that's right.
And is that consistent with the overall conclusions in 679?
Yes, because 679. Yes, sorry, a low order of less than substantial harm to significant of Scion Park as a whole, and similarly, Scion House is a Grade 1 listed building.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
And then the conservation area in the RPG.
Thank you very much. I think penultimate one. In relation to Q, you were taken to the ICOMOS document, which is ID 2.34. Would you just go back to that? And there was this debate or disagreement between, that you didn't agree with what was being put to you by Mr. Linus about what ICOMOS were or were not saying in that document. Now, leaving aside the fact that the inspector can read, I just want to ask you about one specific point, because in your answers you said, I don't agree. OUV is a very specific thing. Remember saying that? And if one goes to that, ID 2.34, sorry, I'm having to find it electronically bit by bit. You'll remember that there is an analysis section, headed analysis.
Yes.
Yeah. And you were being asked about the end of the first main paragraph at the top of page 4, the buffer zone point and view as to views out of the buffer zone. Do you remember?
Yes.
And it was being put to you that was a reference within the ICOMOS communication to things that might affect the OUV.
Yes.
And you pointed out, obviously, that it talks about Arcadian character of the Thames and so on. Yeah. Now, if you look at the conclusion section, they say, on the basis of the analysis set out above, ICOMOS considers the developments in question would, and then what do they actually say in the rest of that sentence about OUV and other things?
Well, they're saying have a negative impact on OUV direct and would erode the effectiveness of the buffer zone.
Yeah.
So that what they're very clearly distinguishing between in their drafting is a direct impact on OUV and an impact on the buffer zone.
And if one thinks back to the analysis, on
Well,
what
that's-
basis did they think there was a direct impact on OUV?
Yeah. So, well, it was an erroneous basis.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, so really their consideration is on the effectiveness of the buffer zone, and that drafting just reinforces my interpretation of that paragraph on the first paragraph on that page.
Thank you. Last small point is ferry gate. So core document 10.1.
Oh, that's the management plan.
That's the management plan.
Yeah, okay.
All right. Sorry. And if you go in there, please, to if you're in PDF, ma'am, aren't you, on the screen? But PDF page 139. It's internal page 137, Dr. Mealy, for hard copy. This is in the section, just to remind yourself, about entries and exits that begins on the preceding page. So actually go back to that preceding page, forgive me, 136 or PDF 138. So that's D86 entrances and exits.
Yes.
With me. There's a section which is called Key Gates Include, see figure 1. Yeah.
Yes.
And then it lists a number of the main ways that we know in and out of Kew. It doesn't, I think, list the ferry.
No reference to the
Isleworth ferry gate.
No.
But what it then goes on to do is to say contribution to OUV.
Yes.
And it says the entrances and exits directly contribute to the OUV of Kew in the following ways. And there are then, I think, 3 bullet points.
Yes.
And the first of them is about illustrating the work of internationally famous designers. Now, are those who were involved, with all due respect to them, in the ferry gate internationally recognized?
No, that's not relevant.
No, okay. And then it says opening of the site as a visitor attraction.
Yeah.
Is that relevant to the ferry gate?
Yes, it is. Opening as visitor attraction.
And to what extent would, even if one were to glimpse the scheme through the Isleworth ferry gate, would that affect this contribution of the ferry gate to OUV?
Plainly have no impact, because that's a contribution which is expressed in the physical form, character, and position of the gate.
And what about the last one, the Victorian creation of a series of gates, physical expression of the increasingly public nature of the scientific mission?
No.
Would that be affected by glimpsing?
No, that's different. That relates entirely to the sort of botanical component of Kew, scientific mission. It's not.
Right.
It's not its leisure purpose.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. That's all I have by way of examination. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Mealy.
And we're done before 4 o'clock. So thanks to all for making that happen. So tomorrow then, we're hearing from Mr. Froneman. And then in the afternoon, well, depending on progress, after lunch or maybe later in the afternoon, we'll move on to conditions and obligations. So I've got the obligations, the latest draft versions of the obligations.
You have, ma'am.
Sorry, one more thing. You were going to get back to me about, is that the animation?
I was just about
I've
to
just
mention that.
seen the note.
I have seen an email about it, but obviously not had a chance to read it yet. So
Come back
may we
tomorrow.
put that in
Yep.
first thing as well?
Yeah.
When I say put it in, I mean explain the position. Thanks.
Yes. Yep, conditions and obligations sometime tomorrow afternoon, then after Mr. Froneman. Anything else before we adjourn?
No, ma'am, thank you.
No. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Thank you.